This case takes place in the Republic of Ireland on the 12th of January 2020. Drogheda is a port town in the Republic of Ireland. Cian Mulready Woods was born there on the 2nd of February 2003. Growing up, his favourite thing to do was to take his motocross bike out for a spin over some jumps and down dirt tracks. But in his early teenage years, he began involving himself in some petty crime, and in around 2018, he turned towards organised crime when he was just 15, and garnered a reputation as a rather violent individual. The 12th of January 2020 started out like any other for the Mulready Woods family, but by the time Sunday afternoon had rolled around, everything had changed. Cian was missing, and not a single person could get a hold of him. On the Monday afternoon, his sister posted on Facebook, asking if anyone knew where her brother was. The last time Cian had been seen was on the Sunday evening near his home. Earlier that day, Cian had called his mother to ask her to leave him some money to pay for a taxi home. Since then, none of his family or friends had been able to get a hold of him. He was last seen wearing a navy blue Hugo Boss tracksuit, black Hugo Boss runners, along with a Canada Goose jacket and a Gucci baseball cap. Eventually, his family reported him missing to the Garda, which is the name for the National Police Service in the Republic of Ireland. When the officers took a closer look at Cian's history, they realised his family had a good reason to be worried. Just days before Cian disappeared, a video had been posted on social media by a local criminal, and in this video, the man made repeated threats to kill the 17-year-old. The threats were explicit and involved the words abduction, murder, and dismemberment. At the time, Drogheda was in the midst of a deadly gang feud, and by the time Cian reached his teenage years, this feud had escalated into full-blown war, and he was a part of the gangs. The violence meant that parts of the city were labelled as dangerous no-go zones, which most people try to avoid. The dark underworld promised money, designer clothes, and prestige, and it didn't take long before Cian was in deep. He became involved in one of the major dealing gangs right at the time when its rivalry with a competing gang was starting to heat up. This was not the type of gang war where the violence was limited to threats and demonstrations of superiority. This was much more brutal than that. Cian's group carried weapons, and they weren't afraid to use them. They also had a knack for building pipe bombs and petrol bombs, which they used to attack their opponents' hideouts. Before long, Cian was playing a first-hand role in the violence. In 2019, he smashed a window and threw a petrol bomb inside the home of a boy who owed the gang money. Cian told them he would burn them alive in their beds, and he claimed he didn't do it properly last time. Not long after this incident, he was arrested and charged with possession of illegal substances. There are also reports that Cian tortured and killed a woman's cat.
Opera GX. Trying to play a game while you're watching your favorite YouTuber on the side, and then boom, your game starts lagging because your soy boy web browser is hogging all your resources. I mean, look at this fatty. Everybody point and laugh. Opera GX, however, lets you say enough. See this magical panel, right? This is where you can limit the amount of CPU or RAM your browser is using, boosting performance, taking your gaming to the next level. If that wasn't enough, they have GX mods, located right here on your sidebar. If you want to go shopping for all
because this woman owed him money and she couldn't pay it back in time. This is but a few of the things that Cian had been accused of, and what gave him the reputation of an extremely violent young man. By the time of his disappearance, Cian was already very well known by the police, but some of this troubling information came to light after Cian was reported missing. But by the time the officers had pieced together his movements over the last few months leading up to his disappearance, it was already too late. On the Monday, just a couple of hours after Cian's sister posted asking for help to find him, a man walking down the street in East Dublin came across a bulky sports bag. When he opened the zipper, he was met with a horrifying sight. Multiple dismembered human limbs, and strangely, a pair of flip-flops. The following morning at 1:30 AM, officers responded to reports of a burning vehicle. When the firefighters extinguished the blaze, they found a human head and 2 hands entangled in the burnt-out wreck. DNA tests then proved that the head and limbs all belonged to Keane. The flip-flops did not belong to him, but in the wake of his murder, they were interpreted as an additional threat to the gang he was known to run with. It turns out that weeks before Keane's murder, a 35-year-old man from the opposing gang was attacked on the street. He was leaving a gym at the time and was wearing a pair of flip-flops which was stolen during the attack.
Yes! That's only the start of it! That's only the start of it! That's only the start of it, Robbie!
Someone from Keane's gang then posed for a photo with the sandals and posted the image on social media with a caption mocking the guy they belonged to. The man who owned these flip-flops was Robbie Lawler. The murder and dismemberment of a teenager might seem like an overly dramatic retaliation for the loss of a pair of sandals, but for those who knew Robbie Lawler's reputation, it was exactly his style. Robbie was a hitman and was a member of a gang known as the Anti-Maguire faction. He became the prime suspect in the murder of Keane. He was also the chief suspect for a string of other killings, including that of criminal Mark Bryan in 2005, David Fred Lynch in 2009, his friend Noel Deans in 2010, and his former best friend Kenneth Finn in 2018. He had a vicious reputation on the streets, and even those on his side knew not to cross him. I've seen reports from people who were in prison with him who spoke about the fear he instilled in the other inmates. Sadly, despite his violent record, he was released from prison just 1 month before Keane's murder. Robbie was then definitively tied to Keane's death when one of his associates pointed investigators in the direction of the house where the teenager had been murdered. Gerard McKenna was the owner of the home, and he told the police that Robbie had threatened to kill him and his children and turn them into minced meat if he did not clean up the crime scene mess inside his home properly. But when he arrived home after the killing of Keane, there was far too much blood, and he had been unable to get rid of all of the evidence. After Keane's partial remains were found, the Garda released a statement saying that what happened to Keane was a brutal and savage attack. Keane's family were of course devastated by his death and the way in which his body had been so gruesomely discarded and mutilated. All they had was his head, his hands, and his limbs, and there was hope that the rest of his remains would be found so they could lay him to rest intact. 3 months later, in April of 2020, the final pieces of Keane's dismembered body were found in his hometown. The remains were discovered hidden in overgrown bushes in a ravine. It is believed that Robbie's associates were told to deliver his torso to the home of his biggest rival, but when the bag containing Keane's limbs was found so quickly, they dumped what was left instead. In the months that had passed, a large amount of Keane's torso had been eaten by animals. The media then reported that Keane was officially warned by the police that his life was in danger on the 5th of January 2020, and was suspected of playing both sides of the feuding gangs, a suspicion that would ultimately be one of the reasons he was targeted for murder. Keane wore a ballistic vest because of the threats to his life. News then came to light on how Keane died when 2 men were arrested. Rival gang members Paul Crosby, aged 27, and Gerard Cruz, aged 49. It turned out that on the day that Keane went missing, Paul Crosby met with him. Keane likely trusted Paul due to him playing both sides of the gangs. They met outside a shop in the town, and Keane got into the car with him and Gerard, before being driven to the house where he would be murdered. Keane was tortured with power tools by the killer, and stabbed multiple times to the torso. It is believed that the gruesome torture and murder was recorded and filmed, intended to be used to send a message to the rival gang. It is believed that the footage of the appalling crime is out there somewhere, but as far as I can tell, it has not been confirmed by the police. Keane's body was then dismembered using the power tools. There was no evidence that Paul Crosby and Gerard Cruz were present at the time of the murder, but they were the ones who lured him to his death. Despite Robbie being a key suspect in Keane's murder from the get-go, he was never arrested, nor was he charged. The opportunity for justice was missed completely when Robbie was killed in a gangland shooting not long after Keen's torso was discovered. Paul Crosby and Gerard Cruz were charged in relation to the murder of Keen. Paul was given a 10-year sentence, whilst Gerard was given 7 years. The two men pleaded guilty to facilitating the murder. The two men could be seen laughing as they were brought to the holding cell, with one even being overheard bragging, "We got off lightly." Gerard McKenna, the man who owned the property in which Keen was killed in, received a 4-year sentence for his role in attempting to destroy evidence of a crime. There doesn't seem to be a great deal of information about the extent of how Keen was tortured. However, I did see some reports about a drill being used. The case prompted one of Ireland's leading politicians to say that it is probably one of the most gruesome and grotesque murders they could think of, and the police described Keen's death as one of the worst murders they had ever seen, which is disturbing to think about, as these officers have likely dealt with many gang killings. There are also some rumours floating around about his death that night. Some have claimed that Keen managed to get out of the house during the torture and ran to nearby houses, knocking on their doors and begging for help. But nobody offered any help due to his reputation as a firebomber, and he was eventually dragged back inside and killed. But as I said, these are just rumours from people who live in the area. Keen's murder is a stark reminder of the devastating consequences of gang violence, and how young, impressionable people get caught up in a life of crime.
Barbie's just perfect. It's perfectly perfect.
I want to go.
I've never seen it.
I'll go every night.
And every day from now until forever.
Right, as always.
See, if people didn't do these unfortunate things, you guys wouldn't have a job.
Well, there's a lot of truth in that, man, let me tell you.
This case takes place in Tasmania, Australia, on the 28th of April, 1996. Martin Bryant was a 28-year-old man who was born in Hobart on the 7th of May, 1967. From a young age, Martin showed signs that he was different. He grew up in a normal and loving home. Despite this, Martin would reject physical affection from his parents, and he didn't seem to want to bond with them. He would often self-isolate, a problem that became more apparent when he entered school. He was slow to develop speech, had difficulties making friends, and was often aggressive. In August of 1977, he was suspended from the Newtown Primary School. Following his suspension, he was assessed at the Hobart Diagnostic Centre. It was in this assessment where Martin spoke about harming and torturing animals, and that he enjoyed tormenting his sister. When Martin was around 10 years old, he was hospitalized. He was playing with some fireworks and accidentally severely burned himself.
I broke the stick trying to get out, but I couldn't, and it made a hole through my jeans.
Do you think you'll be playing with firecrackers anymore?
Yes.
Don't you think you've learned a lesson from this?
Yes, but I'm still playing with it.
There are some records of Martin's behaviour during his time at school. These records reference stealing, violent outbursts, and tormenting vulnerable children. It's noted that he enjoyed picking on these children and took much delight in their discomfort. At this time, he was thought to be hyperactive, and Martin was placed on medication. However, Martin would later say that the vast majority of his memories from school are of being by himself, being ignored by other children, being viciously bullied, and being scared to go to school. At home, Martin was also a challenge. His father made numerous attempts to make him normal. When Martin was around 14, his father bought him an air rifle. With this new air rifle, Martin took to hiding in a creek bed alongside the house and fired at passing traffic. He would also spend much of his time shooting at birds. If he was able to hit a bird, he would approach the carcass and fire many more shots into the bird. Martin was assessed and was found that he had an IQ of just 68, and that he had the emotional and intellectual capacity of someone much younger than himself. They also determined that he could be schizophrenic. By the time Martin left school, he was given a disability pension, as he was deemed to be unable to hold down a job because of his impairments. To make some extra money, Martin would do odd jobs for people, such as gardening or cleaning. It was doing these odd jobs that Martin would meet a woman named Helen Harvey in the year 1987. Helen was the heiress to the Tattersall lottery fortune. She was a considerably wealthy woman and owned a number of properties. Helen was in her 50s and was known as a rather eccentric and isolated woman. She lived with her mother in one of her mansions, which was at the time quite run down and the garden needed attending to. Helen employed Martin to look after the garden and to do some basic cleaning. But as time went on, the two became very close and developed a strong friendship. Martin would later say that Helen was his only true friend. In July of 1990, Helen's mother passed away. Following this, Martin moved into the mansion with her. Inside this mansion was over 40 cats and a dozen dogs. The two would go on expensive shopping trips and would spend large sums of money. Money was now no issue for Martin, but despite this, he still collected his disability allowance. To be able to collect this money, Martin needed to be checked by a medical professional. This medical professional noted the following: his father protects him from any occasion which might upset him, as he continually threatens violence. Martin tells me he would like to go around shooting people. It would be unsafe to allow Martin out of his parents' control. Helen would often drive Martin around. On a number of occasions, while sitting in the passenger seat, Martin grabbed the wheel and turned it, causing the car to crash. Crashing the odd car, however, was no big deal, as Helen was the recipient of a steady and substantial income from the Adams Estate Trust. A car salesman would later say that he remembers selling Helen a number of vehicles. She would come in always accompanied with Martin. At the beginning of every month, she would just buy a car on a whim. However, when the monthly income from the trust ran out, she'd take the car and sell it, and then when the next month's payment came in, she would go in and buy another car. Transport Tasmania records indicate that she owned in excess of over 50 vehicles during the period of time that she was friends with Martin. In October of 1991, Martin moved to Copping to a farming property where he lived with Helen. It's reported in court documents that Martin kept a small pig in his room at night until the pig got so big that it was no longer possible. It's said that one of his favourite movies was Babe, but he could have kept the pig in his room for a more twisted reason, as you'll find out later in the video. Whilst living at this farm, Martin would sometimes fire his rifle at unsuspecting tourists as they stopped near the market stalls on the highway. Some reports also mention that he even shot at a neighbour's dog. On the 20th of October 1992, Martin and Helen had gone for a drive to purchase some groceries. As they were driving back, the car veered onto the incorrect side of the road and collided with an oncoming vehicle. Helen was instantly killed in the collision, aged 59. Martin was badly injured. He was admitted to hospital and suffered fractures to his vertebrae, fractures of the ribs, and a head injury. Following this head injury, he was unconscious for over an hour, and for weeks after, he suffered from bad headaches. A scan was conducted on his brain, which is said to have showed no signs of brain damage. Despite the fact that Martin had caused previous crashes, there was no investigation into Helen's death, and he was never charged. Although, Heather's neighbour Barry would later say that Heather once confided in him and told him that she couldn't drive faster than 35 kilometers per hour because of Martin's erratic behaviour. She said, "One day, he's gonna end up killing me." Barry provided a statement to the police, but he believes it was never followed up or taken seriously. He also told the police that Martin had threatened to shoot him and his wife. He also believed that Martin was stalking his property at night. He would often find unexplained footprints around his property. As a result of this, Barry purchased a gun just in case Martin ever tried to attack his family. But this would not be the only strange death of someone close to Martin. After the death of Helen, Martin inherited her estate. He would now receive her trust fund payments and her properties. Before passing, Helen had written Martin into her will and given him absolutely everything. Martin was now incredibly wealthy. In 1993, Martin's father Maurice was found dead. His body was discovered in a dam on the family property after going missing in mysterious circumstances. A neighbour found a note pinned to the front door of the farmhouse that read, "Call the police." The emergency services began to search the 29-hectare property for Maurice. It noted that Martin was at the farm with the emergency services, and he was not taking what was happening very seriously. It said that he was trying to impress the officers and made several jokes about the situation. The police found Maurice's body face down, with Martin's weighted diving belt around his neck. A note and a large sum of money was found in a car nearby. It's important to note that in the lead up to Maurice's death, he had been acting strangely, and he had also been making preparations for his death, such as changing the bank account over to his wife's name, among other things. It was ruled that Maurice took his own life. However, some have speculated that Martin could have had something to do with the death of his father. An officer working on the case who had grown up near that area noted an unusual amount of sheep carcasses in the water. He pointed out that sheep never drink from the watercourses in Tasmanian spring or winter, and they rarely fall in. A total of $250,000 was left for Martin in his will. Maurice was a major part of Martin's life and helped to keep him somewhat grounded. Despite some of Martin's antisocial behaviour, Helen and his father were influences which helped contain his behaviour. In an attempt to make new friends, Martin would dress in strange and bizarre clothing. He would wear a bright blue suit, carry a briefcase, and would tell people at his favourite restaurant that he was a businessman who earned a lot of money. The owner of this restaurant would later say, "It was horrible. Everyone was laughing at him, even the customers. I felt really quite sorry for him. I realized this guy didn't really have many friends. He was like a child, trying to impress everybody. He struck me as a very eager sort of young guy, like a Labrador puppy. Always had something to say, always trying to impress." Martin also made numerous attempts to begin friendships with young, local children and would try and show them adult videos. Martin ended up selling the farm property and began travelling the world. His favourite part of these trips were the flights, and this was because he could speak to the fellow passengers and they had nowhere to go. He would go to Sydney, Melbourne, Miami, London, Bangkok, Tokyo, among other places. In late 1995, Martin lost his luggage while returning to Australia, and when found, Customs discovered 4 illegal X-rated videos. All of them included adult humans with animals. Martin would later say that in 1995, he decided that he had had enough and sometimes thought about taking his own life. He also allegedly told one of his neighbours, "I'll do something that will make everyone remember me." In early 1996, Martin began purchasing a number of weapons. Also in 1996, he placed an advertisement in a newspaper. He was looking for a gardener for his mansion. A woman named Petra Wilmot was employed by Martin to work at the mansion. After a short time of being employed, the two began a relationship. Martin had had a couple of girlfriends before Petra, although none of them lasted very long. For Petra, this was her first boyfriend. On the 15th of April 1996, Martin and Petra went shopping in Hobart. Martin told her that he needed to get a bag for Tai Chi classes and had brought along a tape measure to make sure it was big enough. Although Martin would later tell the shop assistant that he needed strong handles as the bag would be used to carry lots of ammunition. And now we arrive to the 28th of April 1996. Martin on this day set his alarm for 6 AM. His alarm went off and he and Petra had breakfast together and showered. He then loaded his yellow Volvo with his bag that he had bought that month. Inside the bag were handcuffs, rope, a hunting knife, 3 semi-automatic weapons, and a significant quantity of ammunition. He then set off to Port Arthur. On the way, he stopped for coffee and told some people that he met that he was going surfing at Roaring Beach. Martin kept a surfboard on the roof of his car. However, he couldn't surf. He just liked the surfer aesthetic and wanted to imitate it so people may like him. On the way to Port Arthur, Martin headed first to a guest house called the Seascape Cottage, owned by David and Sally Martin. This guest house did have some significance to Martin. His father had previously tried to purchase the guest house, but David and Sally had beaten him to it. Martin apparently believed that David and Sally had bought the property to deliberately hurt his family, and blamed the couple for the depression that led to his father's death. Martin drove to the guest house and shot and killed David and Sally Martin. There were no guests present at the time of the shooting. However, shortly after killing the couple, 2 tourists had spotted the guest house and stopped to take a look at around 12:30 PM. The tourists were a married couple and they just wanted to have a look around. The couple got out of their car and began walking towards the Seascape Cottages, when all of a sudden Martin appeared. The couple later said he appeared to be agitated. He was making jerking movements with his hands and was moving around nervously. The husband said, "I wonder if we could have a look around one of the apartments." Martin replied, "No, my mother and father are out for 10 minutes. I can't show you around because my girlfriend is inside." The couple described his manner of speech as strange and rude. The two became quite uneasy. The wife said to her husband, "Come on, let's get out of here." The couple walked back to the car, got inside, and began driving away from the property. The wife looked back over her shoulder as the car travelled onto the highway. She said Martin was standing at the front of the house, looking in their direction. Shortly after this, Martin left and drove towards Port Arthur in his Volvo. On his way to Port Arthur, he stopped to speak with 2 people who had broken down. Martin chatted to them briefly and was asked if he was going surfing because of the surfboard on his roof rack. Martin replied, "No, I'm going to the Isle of the Dead to get rid of some wasps." Martin then suggested that they meet later at the cafe at Port Arthur. He then continued to drive. At around 1:30 PM, Martin entered the Broad Arrow Cafe. At the time, around 60 people were inside the building. Martin bought some food and drink and sat outside. One customer overheard him saying that there were a lot of wasps around and that there were too many Asian tourists. Martin then got up and entered the cafe again and found a table that was not occupied. He placed his bag on the table and immediately took out an AR-15 rifle, which was filled with a 30-shot magazine with 26 live rounds of ammunition in the magazine at the time, and began firing upon the unsuspecting victims. A survivor later described to the police his observations and said that Martin was not saying anything, but he appeared to be laughing in an aggressive way rather than in an amused way. He said that Martin walked from table to table shooting people in the head. The attack had been so fast that some of the victims still had cutlery in their hands. He then made his way to the gift shop part of the building, shooting at anyone he could, and would go in between the two sections. A woman named Caroline Nash witnessed the attack. She managed not to be seen, as she was lying underneath her husband's dead body, Peter Nash. Peter had been covering his wife to save her from the bullets. One man who survived being shot in the neck heard Martin say, "No one gets away from me," as he fired the gun. Whilst all of this was happening, the two on-duty police officers were over 40 minutes away at the Saltwater River. The echo effect of the gunshots made it impossible to know where they were coming from. People started running for their lives, but had no idea where to run or where was safe. Martin left the building and shot and killed more people in the car park. He then got back into his Volvo and began driving again, firing bullets from his window as he did. A woman named Nanette Mikak and her two daughters, Alana aged 6 and Madeline aged 3, were running from the scene. Nanette believed they had reached a safe distance and told her daughters they were now safe. However, at this time, a yellow Volvo was driving towards them. An onlooker saw Nanette approach the vehicle, as she must have thought that this car would provide some kind of escape from the area. Martin got out of the car and put his hand on her shoulder. Others who were trying to flee were close enough to hear him tell her to get down on her knees. Nanette did as he commanded and pleaded with Martin, "Please don't hurt my babies." Martin then shot her in the head. He then turned and fired 2 shots into 3-year-old Madeline, killing her too. Alana, the elder of the 2 children, ran behind a tree off the roadside. Martin then turned his attention to her. He fired as she ran behind the tree. Martin then approached Alana and pressed the gun hard into her neck before firing a shot and killing her too. Martin then re-entered his vehicle and drove towards the toll booth. A BMW had just entered through the toll booth as the shooting had started. The occupants of the car were warned by an elderly man that there had been a shooting and not to go any further. Inside this BMW was Mary Nixon, Russell Pollard, and passengers Helen and Robert Salzman. As Martin approached, Robert and Martin got into an argument. Martin pulled out his rifle and shot him in the chest. Upon seeing his friend being shot, Russell jumped out of the car and he too was shot in the chest. Martin then walked round the BMW and shot both Mary and Helen and pulled them from the car. Martin transferred ammunition, handcuffs, the AR-15 rifle and a fuel container to the BMW and took off, leaving his Volvo behind. Martin, now in a BMW, drove to a petrol station. There, he blocked a couple in a Toyota who were trying to get onto the highway. A man named Glenn Pears was driving the car with his girlfriend in the passenger seat, Zoe Hall. Martin got out and rushed towards the car with the rifle in his hand and tried to pull Zoe from the car. Glenn got out and tried to stop him, but Martin raised the gun and forced Glenn into the boot of the BMW and locked him inside. As Zoe tried to escape, Martin shot her in the neck and killed her. With Glenn in the boot, Martin drove the BMW at high speed along the highway and returned to the Seascape guest house. On the drive there, Martin shot at a number of passing cars. As Martin pulled up, another car passed by. Inside this car was a young woman and her boyfriend. As she drove closer, she noticed a blonde-haired man standing near the BMW, and this was Martin. Holding the gun by his side, she thought at the time that he must have been waiting for them to pass so he could shoot rabbits or some other animal. She slowed down further until she saw Martin aim the weapon and fire a number of shots. One of the bullets entered into her right forearm, essentially blowing her forearm to pieces. Despite this horrific injury, the couple managed to get away. Martin continued to shoot at passing cars. The police had already been notified about the Port Arthur shooting. However, due to Martin shooting at passing cars, they now knew where he was, and they made their way to Seascape Cottages. After shooting at numerous cars, Martin removed Glenn from the boot, set the BMW on fire, and brought Glenn inside the guest house and handcuffed him to the stair rail. The police moved in and surrounded the area, and a standoff ensued.
But first, a scene of horror and carnage in the Tasmanian town of Port Arthur tonight, where as many as 25 people have been shot dead in Australia's worst massacre. At least 15 people are wounded, and the gunman, who's still holding police at bay, is thought to be holding at least one person hostage. Most of the victims are reported to be tourists visiting the historic penal colony at Port Arthur.
The police tried to negotiate with Martin for several hours. Martin informed them that he had 3 hostages, when in reality he had 1. The police believed that David and Sally were still alive. When speaking with the negotiator, Martin consistently demanded to be provided with a helicopter to take him to Hobart Airport. From there, he wanted to be flown to Adelaide, threatening to kill his hostages if these demands were not complied with. He said that when the helicopter arrived, he intended to take Sally with him as a hostage and release the others.
It's Terry again. How are you?
I'm fine.
How's things going in there, mate?
Fine, couldn't be better, just like on a Hawaiian holiday.
Hawaiian holiday?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean by that.
I don't know myself, no. I'm making up some sandwiches. These people have got salad and some bacon in them.
Right.
And eggs. I'm going to fry up some bacon and eggs for them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I've got to go because this kettle's squealing downstairs, and I'm making a cup of tea now for the hostages.
The standoff lasted throughout the night, and apart from a lull between the hours of 4 AM and 6 AM on the 29th of April, Martin continued to shoot at officers from the building. Approximately 150 shots were fired at the police. At around 7:45 AM on the 29th of April, smoke was observed coming from the building. It was soon engulfed in flames. At 8:25 AM, Martin was seen running from the flames, removing his clothing that was on fire until he was totally naked. Martin then fell to his knees as the police rapidly moved in and arrested him. Martin was badly burned and was rushed to hospital. By the time the Port Arthur massacre came to an end, 35 people had been killed and 23 had been injured. The flames were extinguished and the guest house was searched. Inside the ruins of the guest house was the bodies of David and Sally Martin and Glenn. Due to the fire, their bodies had to be identified through dental records. It turned out that Glenn had been killed way before the fire had started and had been shot in the neck and stomach. After Martin was treated for his wounds, he was questioned by the police. However, he claimed he knew nothing about the shooting at Port Arthur, and claimed that at the time of the shooting he was away surfing. He told the police that he had been falsely accused and declined to participate in a video-recorded interview. For some time, Martin refused. However, his lawyer convinced him to speak. On the 4th of July, 1996, investigators conducted an interview with Martin. The transcript of this interview is available online if you search for it. During the course of this interview, which was recorded, Martin admitted that he owned the AR-15 rifle that was used in the massacre, and admitted to kidnapping a male person and ordering him at gunpoint into the boot of the BMW, and then driving the vehicle to Seascape and subsequently setting it on fire. However, at all times throughout the interview, he insisted that he never went to Port Arthur on the 28th of April, or that he had shot any person. Although, at the end of the interview, he accidentally slips up. I shall now play you the clip.
I don't find that a very funny statement at all, mate, to be quite honest.
Should have put that on recording.
I'm still recording at this present stage, so that is on recording.
As you can see, Martin thought he was being clever and thought the cameras were off, but they weren't. 4 mental health professionals assessed Martin's psychological condition. All agreed that Martin was suffering from a significant personality disorder, but he was not insane. And although Martin had an IQ of 66, his intelligence did not imply that he was sufficiently impaired to satisfy the criteria of diminished responsibility. Martin's lawyer, John Avery, tried to convince Martin that if the case went to trial, they would reach an obvious guilty verdict. Martin then decided to plead guilty to the murders, but not guilty to the multiple charges of attempted murder over those he injured. It's believed he did this to see his victims in court. This, however, would never happen, as on the 7th of November, Martin officially pleaded guilty to 72 charges including murder, attempted murder, grievous bodily harm, kidnap, and arson. Martin's lawyer said, "To go to trial would have been absolute stupidity, but it also involved having all these witnesses, damaged people, come to court and give evidence where the outcome was always inevitable. What he wanted was to see the people he'd so grievously maimed to come to court and say it was him. He wanted to be the center of attention." Martin told his lawyer to offer no explanation for the massacre, and to this day, Martin still has not given a reason. Martin was handed down 35 life sentences, plus 1,652 years without parole. The Port Arthur massacre is the 3rd deadliest mass shooting in history committed by a lone gunman, and the name Martin Bryant is incredibly infamous in Australia. An excerpt from the court documents reads as follows. For those who lost family members or friends, the nature of the impact of the crime include emotional, social, physical, and financial harm. The emotional impact ranges from sadness and disbelief to anger and bitterness to extreme grief. Some are considering ending their lives. Some have been prescribed antidepressant medication and sleeping tablets. The families of the victims have expressed feelings of powerlessness and frustration, feelings of loss for even those surviving members whose lives have fallen apart. They have described their lives as being totally destroyed. Many complained of loneliness and feeling trapped. Many who were also at Port Arthur with their now deceased loved ones suffer with recurrent nightmares and flashbacks. This tragedy has also impacted upon people's social existence. Some victims have said they feel isolated, and they have feelings of not being loved, of being socially insecure, and some point to describing themselves as agoraphobic. Many find that they are easily prompted into a bout of uncontrollable crying, and some have said they experience feelings of guilt when enjoying life. Some have increased or started smoking and increased their alcohol consumption, and many families and friends of deceased victims are receiving ongoing counselling. The names of the victims who were killed that day are on screen now, along with their ages. As a result of the massacre, a number of changes happened in Australia. Gun laws were amended and a buyback scheme was rolled out. 650,000 guns were brought in and destroyed. Those who brought in guns were compensated monetarily. The buyback cost was $304 million in compensation and $63 million in administration. There are some people who believe that Martin is innocent and that he was framed, pointing to the fact that there was no trial, and also claiming that none of Martin's DNA evidence was found at the crime scene. There are also claims that several witnesses did not identify Martin as the shooter. They also find it hard to believe that a man with an IQ of 66 was capable of committing such an attack. Many of the victims were killed with headshots, so the claim is that whoever had done this would have had tactical training. However, it's likely that Martin had such high accuracy due to being in the small cafe that was filled with people. Because it was so crowded, he was able to walk up to people and shoot them at close range. The people who think Martin is innocent believe the government carried out the attack to take away guns, and blamed it on Martin due to his eccentric nature and because of his low IQ, as he would be an easy target to pin the crime on. It's important to remember that Martin did indeed admit to carrying out the massacre when he thought he was not being filmed. It's likely he denied committing the murders to toy with the police. Martin's mother, Carleen, did also believe this at one point too. She believed her son to be innocent, which I guess is understandable. Nobody would ever want to think their son was capable of such a crime. However, it's now reported that she does believe her son is the one responsible for the massacre. As for Martin now, he is almost unrecognizable. In around 2007, he was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, and inside prison, he is commonly called Porky Pig due to his weight. It's reported that he now weighs in excess of 160 kilograms due to the medication he is taking, and because he is known to perform acts on prisoners in exchange for chocolate and packets of noodles. The Port Arthur massacre is without a doubt one of the most tragic cases I have ever covered. Seeing the crime scenes and reading through the court documents was truly horrific. Walter Mikac, the man who lost his wife and children that day, set up a charity in their honour. Her link will be pinned in the comments. To this day, the Port Arthur massacre remains the worst mass shooting in Australian history.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Maya. What did you do?
And here we have Principal, Lunch Lady fired after forcing primary girl to eat waffle from the rubbish bin. This case came to light just recently when a video was leaked showing a pretty unusual moment out at an Ohio elementary school. This all started when a 9-year-old girl finished with her school lunch, threw the remainder of her food into a trash can, which contained an uneaten waffle. The lunch lady, a woman named Monica Summers Friedenstein, presumably outraged at the waste of food, ordered the girl to dig the waffle out of the trash and eat it, despite it having been in contact with all of the other garbage. The lunch lady was said to have forced the little girl to go sit down and eat the trash, then crossed her arms and looked at the girl until she ate the waffles. This was while her classmates looked on and watched the whole incident unfold. As if this wasn't bad enough on its own, the principal herself, Deborah Pastilka, was present and saw the whole thing and did absolutely nothing about it. Eventually, video of the incident came out, and it sparked a full-on lawsuit against the school. Jared Klebanow, the lawyer who represented the little girl's family, said, "We see in this video she throws her lunch away like thousands of students do across the country every day. For one reason or another, this monitor pulls the waffle from the garbage, holds it out like she doesn't even want to look at it or see it, wipes it off with a napkin and hands it back to the student and forces her to eat it." To make matters worse, the little girl was black, and both the lunch lady and the principal were white. Needless to say, given the current climate, this wasn't a good look on either of them or the school itself. The lawyer, when filing the lawsuit, questioned whether the case was based on racially motivated cruelty or just regular cruelty. Hundreds of Caucasian children have thrown away their lunches at Palm Elementary School and, upon information and belief, have never been required to eat food pulled from the garbage, he stated in the lawsuit. Both the principal and the lunch lady were fired as the school investigated this PR nightmare of a case. The girl's mother came out and spoke about the case, saying that her daughter just didn't like waffles. The lawyer clarified that the lunch lady scared and intimidated the girl into eating the waffle while the principal was within sight and let it all happen. The girl herself has changed in personality and now fights going to school each day. To make matters worse, her mother even lost her job due to having to take off more and more time to take care of her daughter during this whole situation. New documents reveal how drink-driving cop was able to sneak into police station to destroy own blood samples. It was just after midnight, July 24th, 2022. A police officer out in Auckland, New Zealand named Bo Wang, 33 years old, was driving his Audi down Quay Street. The problem is, he was pretty plastered. He came across a breath-testing checkpoint, got examined, and the test showed that he was twice the legal limit. Because of this, he was ordered to give a blood sample and was banned from driving for the next 12 hours. Another officer who didn't know Bo took over in order to remain impartial. Bo told this officer that he was uncomfortable and asked to be taken to another alcohol bus in order not to be recognized by the other cops. As they got on the bus, Bo opened the staff fridge and started chugging water. First one bottle, then two. Then, while waiting for the nurse to come and draw blood, he approached the officer who was watching him and asked for more water. The cop who was watching him asked him to stop. He told him that he wanted to treat him the same that he would treat any other offender. This was when Bo, in an irritated tone, told him that they were blue brothers and that he would never treat him like this if he were in this situation. Then the officer allowed Bo to go get some more water from his own car. I witnessed Wang drink more water and pouring it on himself before he was jumping around and doing lots of physical movements erratically as if he was trying to sweat the alcohol out, the officer later stated. After getting his blood taken, Bo then panicked, and his dumb, inebriated brain hatched a plan to get out of all of this. After that, he got a friend to do him a favor and give him a ride. You see, Bo had actually previously worked with the impairment prevention team and knew exactly where his blood samples would be held. On the way, he changed into his police uniform. However, when he got to the station, his keycard wouldn't allow him access as he no longer worked in that area. So next, he drove out to a fellow officer's house and started knocking on the door for about 5 minutes straight. When this officer finally came to the door, Bo apologized for waking him up and asked for his card. The tired officer asked why he even needed it, to which Bo responded that he had something urgent to take care of and really needed to head over there. He asked again what he needed, and Bo said it was for personal stuff. The officer didn't really understand the situation, but gave him the card anyway, knowing nothing about the whole ordeal. Bo made his way out to the station and got to where the blood samples would be stored. He found his, took them home inside of a package, and flushed them down the toilet. The irony is, the original drunk driving charge would have only carried a sentence of about 3 months in prison or a $4,500 fine. But the charges for what he just did could result in up to 10 years in prison. Not exactly a pro move. Later, Bo called the officer he took the card from. This was when that officer decided to tell a little bit of a lie and say that he had already phoned their sergeant and told him about the card being taken. Bo pleaded for him not to tell anyone about this whole thing. Feeling that something was up, the officer called the sergeant for real and told him what happened. All day, Bo kept calling this officer and leaving him messages. He pleaded, saying that he bought the officer a gift card in exchange for letting him use his card earlier. The officer simply told him to leave his card in his mailbox. After not too long at all, Bo Wang was caught and went to court for what he had done. The judge said that there was a moderate to high degree of planning in what he had done, saying that he had abused his position as an officer and fooled his colleagues along the way. Not only that, but his actions caused issues with the other blood samples that they had at that location, and he was damaging the public confidence in the police. The judge started with a sentence of 2.5 years for a charge of perverting justice and a 6-month sentence for burglary. He cut the sentence down by 25% due to Bo giving a guilty plea and showing what they felt was genuine remorse. A further unspecified discount was given to the sentence due to what they called his personal circumstances, being that Bo was the sole breadwinner for his family and had several people speak out about his usually good character. In the end, Bo was sentenced to 8 months of in-home detention. Pretty light in comparison to what he could have gotten. Here we've got, distressing video shows Chicago boy with Down syndrome being shoved to floor of high school bathroom by gang of cackling bullies before he runs into stall and hides. A video recently came to surface, one taken inside of a Chicago area high school, York Community High School that is, that showed a teenage boy with Down syndrome being bullied and beaten up inside of a school bathroom while everyone just kinda looked on and watched. A lot of them weren't only even watching, they were laughing and cheering them on. Parents were shortly notified about the clip as soon as it started making the rounds. The video clip, taken by a student, shows the victim inside a bathroom, surrounded by a bunch of other teen boys. He is shoved backwards and falls down onto the floor as the whole crowd laughs at him while shouting insults. Some were yelling "World Star," which, come on, what year is it, as the boy tried to get back up on his feet and run away. Eventually he did hide inside of a bathroom stall. This just caused the other students to laugh even more. The superintendent of the district, Keisha Campbell, simply said that the staff were deeply disappointed and saddened by the actions of this small group of students. The principal promised that they would be brought to justice somehow. Campbell sent an email to parents soon after, saying, "Bullying, intimidation, and harassment diminish a student's ability to learn and a school's ability to educate. Such behaviors are not tolerated, and any student who chooses to engage in these behaviors will face the appropriate consequences." The principal stated that, immediately upon hearing about the video, the school began investigating the incident. In doing so, they vowed to give out the appropriate consequences. They were in contact with the parents of the victim as well. They opened up a tip line for people to turn in the culprits. The superintendent said, As we continue to work together to support our students, we are thankful for the people who have already reached out through our quick tip line to provide the district with additional information. The immediate and overwhelming response from the York community is a testament to the fact that the actions of a few do not represent the entire school. Students also mulled around the idea of staging a walkout protest against bullying. Not all was going well, though. Another parent of a disabled kid in the district said that they never received an email or any information at all about the incident. Instead, they had to hear about the whole thing through other avenues. This parent told the local paper, "I have a lot of questions. Why didn't I get the email? Why isn't this being explained further to people, what the consequences are? People are coming out left and right saying, I've tried to report this, my child has been bullying, my special needs child has gone through this, and nothing gets done about it. As bad as the situation is, and you wish it didn't happen or someone stepped in and stopped it for the poor kid, there's proof of it. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I know that the consequences to these actions are going to set the stage moving forward because this is going to get a lot of attention." Many students knew the culprits firsthand and said that they didn't want to keep attending class if those people were going to be there. The students themselves wanted to see more consequences, but we'll just have to wait and see if that happens. Here we've got, Silent Man repeatedly blocked main road but refuses to explain why. This story is one that's, well, weird. It's about a man out in Wales, 51-year-old David Hampson, who would repeatedly come out and stand in the middle of a busy street, not saying a word, blocking traffic. He came to be known as the Silent Man. This took place out in Swansea, the second biggest city in Wales. The Silent Man had been repeating the same pattern of obstructing traffic since way back in 2014. He would always remain completely silent until the police would eventually run him off, only to come back and repeat the same odd pattern of behavior again time after time. As a result, he had already been banned from obstructing traffic in any public highway in Wales or England, which he brazenly ignored again and again. His most recent incident took place in December of 2021, when he went and stood out in the middle of De La Beche Street and blocked traffic, right out in front of the Swansea Central Police Station. Several police came out to see what was happening, and soon found him once again standing in the middle of a busy street while the lights were green and traffic was trying to pass. When police came over, he predictably refused to say a word, but officers were soon able to pull him to the side of the road and detain him under the Mental Health Act. They had to get his identity from his driver's license. Afterwards, they arrested him for breaching his previous court order to stay out of traffic, which was in relation to an arrest at the exact same location. He remained silent during the arrest, at the station, when he was charged, and even when he was taken into court later that year. Given that he refused to speak in court, a not guilty plea was entered on his behalf. A jury would then have to determine whether or not he was purposefully obstructing the flow of traffic. But before that, the trial had to determine whether or not he could even speak. They genuinely could not tell if he was actually mute or if he was just refusing to talk. There didn't seem to be any sort of medical condition that was preventing him from speaking, and it came to be concluded that he was refusing to speak out of pure spite. Either way, the court ordered that his medical evaluation be sent to a psychologist for further review. The jury determined that he was indeed obstructing traffic on purpose and breaching his previous court order, although no motivation was known. As you might expect, an interview with the man was conducted afterwards, but it didn't really turn into much of an interview given that it was entirely one-sided. David Hampson, the Silent Man, was sentenced to 3.5 years in jail for his shocking and bizarre crime. I can't really help but get some Gimp Man vibes from this case, given that it just leaves you saying, why though? I guess we won't know because he won't tell us. This one is, Russian teenager jailed over Minecraft plot to blow up virtual spy HQ. A Russian teenager, 16-year-old Nikita Uvarov, along with 2 other teenagers, were arrested in the city of Kansk out in Siberia in the summer of 2020. This was because they were believed to have been spreading leaflets in support of a mathematician and anarchist out in Moscow who was on trial for vandalism. They had reportedly gone as far as putting one of the leaflets on a local FSB building, which is Russia's domestic security agency, basically the successor to the KGB. When the 3 were arrested, the police took their phones. In doing so, they came across a chat in which the teens had come up with a plan to blow up an FSB building, one that they had created in Minecraft, that is. It wasn't even really known if this chat was serious and they did actually make the building in Minecraft, or if they were simply just joking about it. The authorities took it very seriously, though. The investigators came out and said that the teens were also learning how to make explosive devices on the internet and had even practiced them on some abandoned buildings in the past. But it's not known if this was even true, and given the reputation of the Russian government as of late, it's safe to say that a lot of people don't really believe that part. The 3 teens were facing very serious charges of participating in a terror organization, but those charges were eventually dropped after it was determined that there was a lack of evidence that they were actually part of some organized effort. When Nikita was allowed his last words in court, he used them to speak up about the extreme pressure he had received from the authorities all throughout the investigation, and that he never actually planned to blow anything up. Anything that actually exists, that is. He pled not guilty and said that, even if he went to prison, he would serve his time with his dignity and his clear conscience intact. He came to be sentenced to 5 years in prison for his plans to blow up a building in Minecraft, a grave offense. This was due to recent litigation that was put in place to put young Russians in jail on preemptive terror charges. Nikita, still 16 years old, was sent off to a penal colony for what he had done, according to his lawyer. The 2 other teens came to be cleared of their criminal charges and were given suspended sentences after they worked to cooperate with the investigators. The whole hearing was held behind closed doors. This isn't even the first time that Russian teens were thrown into prison on trumped-up terror charges. Almost all of the teens in other cases said that they were electrocuted in order to extract a confession. And now, FedEx driver strangled, killed 7-year-old after accidentally hitting her with van, warrant says. So Tanner Horner, a 31-year-old FedEx driver, was delivering a package, a Christmas present, out to the home of a 7-year-old girl named Athena Gandhi when he backed his truck into the girl and panicked. Presumably afraid of getting in trouble, he threw the girl into the back of the van before he could be seen by her father and sped away. He decided he needed to get rid of the girl and tried to break her neck, but upon failing, he decided to simply strangle her instead. Her family notified the police of her abduction, and the police soon began a search for the girl and her kidnapper. Unfortunately, her body was found not too long after. Given that her family noted that the kidnapping occurred right after a package was delivered to the home, it wasn't too long before the police connected Tanner Horner to this case. They then charged him with both capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. Tanner admitted to the whole thing, saying that he freaked out after accidentally hitting the girl with his car, bringing to light that she was very much alive after the accident. Maitland Gandhi, Athena's mother, spoke out for the first time after her death, saying, Athena was robbed of the opportunity to grow up and be anything she wanted to be. In this present, ordered out of innocence and love, is one she will never receive. Several different school districts throughout the area encourage students to wear pink, Athena's favorite color, in order to honor her. The family attorney stated that he's now conducting a thorough investigation of the incident into both FedEx and to the contractor who hired this man for the job. He vows to uncover anyone that may be responsible in connection to the murder somehow. Athena's grandfather took the high road and, with much difficulty, decided to forgive the killer. The family's attorney is asking anyone who knew the suspect or worked with the same employer to contact his law office and share any information that may help out with the investigation.
It's time to bring balance to business travel and discover the equilibrium that works for you. At National, you're in control. Skip the counter, choose any car in the aisle, and manage your rental right from the app. So you can mix work with leisure, or leisure with work, giving you the control to find the perfect balance. Go National, go like a pro.
And now we have Texas mom, 20, is jailed for 40 years for leaving her 2 toddlers to slowly die in a hot car over 15 hours as she smoked marijuana and partied with friends. Now, this trial is technically a couple of years old, but I've recently seen screenshots of the articles circulating on social media again, so let's talk about it. A Texas woman named Amanda Christine Hawkins, 20 years old, left her 2 kids, 2-year-old Addison Overgard Eddy and 1-year-old Brian Hawkins, inside her car on June 6th of 2017 at around 9 p.m. She had driven out to a barn to smoke some weed with her friends and didn't want to bring the kids in with her. She then proceeded to hang out with these friends for more than 15 hours until the next afternoon, while she partied while the kids sat in the hot car, even as outside temperatures went above 80 degrees. It wasn't even as if she had no idea the kids were in danger, either. One person in the home, or barn, said that they heard the kids crying outside and asked if they should be brought in. Amanda simply responded with, "No, they'll cry themselves to sleep." Another person from the party, then 16-year-old Kevin Frank, even went outside and slept in the car as the girls waited inside, doing nothing to help them. When Amanda finally came back out to the car, she found the kids in very serious condition. But afraid of getting in trouble, she didn't take them to the hospital. Instead, she gave them a bath. After a while, though, she realized it was a life-or-death situation, and then she, along with Kevin, took them to a nearby San Antonio hospital, saying that they collapsed while playing in the park. Unfortunately, the two kids were already too far gone, and they both passed away a day later on June 8th. An investigation was soon opened, and it wasn't too long before officers found out that Amanda intentionally left the two kids in the car. She knew it was hot outside, and she still left them in there for more than half a day. Soon after, both Amanda and Kevin were arrested. Kevin stated that he had no idea the girls were even in the car when he was sleeping, which leads you to believe that he's either lying, stupid, or was definitely on something. Kevin later pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of injury to a child, and 2 counts of child endangerment. But after a trial that ultimately took place when he was 20 years old, he was finally sentenced to 12 years in prison. Amanda herself pled guilty to 2 counts of reckless injury to a child and 2 counts of abandoning or endangering a child. The judge later sentenced her to a much longer sentence of 40 years in prison, with one officer saying that the death of the 2 girls was, by far the most horrific case of child endangerment that he had ever seen in all of his years on the force. The 2 girls had 2 different fathers, neither of which bothered to show up for the sentencing. A Greenwood woman was charged with animal cruelty after she shot her neighbor's dog that had gotten out of its fence. Now, I'm sure that this case is going to infuriate a lot of you out there, and for a good reason. On the afternoon of February 4th, a 73-year-old woman named Marion E. Martin called 911 in order to report that a big, aggressive pit bull was running around her neighborhood. This was on Van Hoy Drive in Greenwood, and according to her at least, it was attacking people and their dogs. The vicious beast was this guy named Polo, a tan-colored pit bull who dislikes the confines of fences and likes the smell of foreign grass. Then, around 10 minutes later, Marion called once again to say that the dog had come charging after her, forcing her to shoot it. A while later, a deputy from the Johnson County Sheriff's Office came out in response, where a man who witnessed the whole thing go down waved him over. The man was able to point him towards Polo's home, which was a short distance from Marion's place. The deputy spoke to both Polo and his owners, seeing that Polo had been shot in the shoulder. The owners told him that Polo had gotten out of the yard after the gate was left open and wandered around the neighborhood. He was then injured. The family then took him to the vet, where he was soon treated for a non-life-threatening gunshot wound to the shoulder. The deputy went out and spoke with Marion Martin, who told them that her 2 dogs were on leashes in her front yard when she heard them freaking out. She said that she came out to find a big pit bull in between the both of them. She then claimed that she got the dog to leave by clapping and yelling, then took her dogs inside unharmed. But she said that, a few minutes later, she heard some screaming outside and saw a woman walking her dog as she was pushing her baby in a stroller. She said that the pit bull was once again going after this woman's dog and continued following her down the sidewalk. Marion explained that she had tried to warn her neighbors about Polo in the past, and even started carrying a .22 revolver on her person as a means of self-defense, as, according to her at least, she had been attacked by him multiple times in the past. Marion Martin was then seen on another neighbor's Ring doorbell cam trying to get someone to come to the door to no avail. When nobody answered the door, she stood around for a bit. According to her, this was when Polo wandered back into the yard and started charging towards her. She said that she panicked and shot him twice, hitting him once and missing a second time. She said that Polo then yelped and ran off. This neighbor turned over the doorbell cam footage to the police, where it was reviewed by officers, showing that the events played out pretty differently than Marion had described. In the video, Marion stood at the door, calmly watching Polo wandering around the yard, smelling the grass, when she took out her revolver and started messing with it. Debating on what to do, the police stated that they could hear her whispering what sounded like, "I'll just shoot it." While Polo was minding his own business, Marion pulled the gun up, cocked it, and aimed it in his direction, all while Polo wasn't even looking at her or showing any interest at all. Marion then took a few steps towards him and shot him, causing him to yelp and run toward the end of the yard. While he was limping around, Marion decided to shoot at him one more time, luckily missing him this time around. The officers then spoke to 2 witnesses about what was becoming increasingly clear as a crime. The man who originally showed the cops to Polo's house said that he was standing around smoking when he saw Marion go up to the neighbor's door, hang out for a little bit, look at Polo and just shoot him. He clearly stated that Polo was not going to attack her. The other witness was the woman who was walking her dog and pushing the stroller originally. Although, according to her, she didn't have a stroller, her kid was on a bicycle. She said that Polo did approach her, but she just yelled no and he simply walked away. She saw Marion standing around with her gun and spoke to her. She told Marion, "Do not shoot that dog," and continued on her walk. Polo now walks with a limp, understandably, but he's doing much better than before. It seems he's going to make a pretty good recovery. Marion E. Martin is being charged with cruelty to an animal, which is only a Class A misdemeanor. A hearing for the case is all set to go down on March 6th, with a summons being issued for Marion to appear. We'll have to see where that goes. Here we've got family files tort claim after police shoot man in grandmother's driveway. Right now, a family is calling for the police to take some accountability after they shot a man who was sleeping in his car on New Year's Eve. Police showed up to the home of Vicky Driver, a local grandmother, who called in to report that a vehicle she didn't recognize had been parked in her driveway for quite some time now. She didn't see any sort of crime taking place, but felt that the situation was at least unusual. The man in the car was actually her grandson, a 24-year-old man named Anthony Macklin. With his car being in the shop, Anthony had rented a car and driven from Ohio out to Indianapolis to surprise his grandmother on New Year's Eve. But by the time he got into town and picked up some food, it was already about 3 in the morning. Instead of wake his grandma up, he decided to just park in the driveway and wait and surprise her the next morning. Notably, during the call for help, the grandmother did tell the police that she didn't know if the car was one of her kids, but it might be. Anthony was sleeping in the car in front of his grandma's house when the police showed up and tapped on his window. One officer, seeing that he had a gun, alerted another standing nearby. An officer ran the plate on the car, which was from Florida, and the grandma noted that she didn't have any family from there. The officer expressed an intention to swiftly open the door and take the gun from Anthony before he could react, but the doors were locked. About 3 minutes later, an officer then again knocked on the window and shouted, "Hands up." The officers were 3 men named Lucas Riley, a 4-year veteran, Alexander Gregory, a 3-year veteran, and Carl Chandler, a 5-year veteran. The police then opened fire on the car after shouting a few more times as Anthony woke up in a daze, understandably confused, only to send more than 30 bullets flying into the car by the time they stopped. Anthony was hit 3 times, leaving him with life-threatening injuries. He got out of the car, took a few steps, and collapsed to the ground, asking the officers, "Why did you shoot?" They then called a paramedic for him. After 17 days in the hospital and 6 surgeries, he survived. He'll be out of work for at least 3 months. His attorney stated that, yes, he did have a gun on his person, but he was licensed to carry it, even showing the license to the public. They said that the shooting was both shocking and unjustified. Anthony's family filed a tort claim notice to the mayor, Joe Hogsett, the police chief, Randall Taylor, and the officers who shot him. They cited the use of excessive force and the cause of emotional distress. The family is also calling for the IMPD to release the unedited, uncut body cam footage of the entire encounter. They also want the 3 officers who shot him to be fired and face criminal charges for what they did. The footage, which the attorneys have seen, is said to show Anthony with his gun resting in his lap, but they said he never has it in his hands and didn't even reach for it. In their words, the officers had no justification whatsoever to use deadly force on Anthony. Anthony never picked up his handgun. He never pointed it at the officers. He never threatened the officers. He was not breaking any laws. They said that the command the officers gave to put his hands in the air was followed by the flurry of gunfire at that very instant. A tort claim is the first step towards seeking compensation from the city. The city of Indianapolis has 90 days to decide whether to approve or deny the claim. If the claim is denied, then the family has to decide if they're going to sue the city and the police department. The claim doesn't outright list how much money they're trying to get, with the authorities saying that it's undecided at this point. However, it'll likely be a hefty price as they're seeking compensation for medical expenses, counseling expenses, lost wages, disfigurement, pain and suffering, and emotional distress. The police have yet to release the unedited body cam footage. They have released cut footage, however. The officers have also not been fired from their positions. Chicago woman randomly stabbed 4 people while on bail for randomly stabbing a woman in Bucktown, prosecutors say. Last summer, June of 2022, a woman named Shaynella Williams was charged with stabbing another woman in the Bucktown neighborhood of Chicago. The prosecutors charged her with cutting a woman with a knife who was walking home from the beach on the evening of June 18th. The victim told the police that she was minding her own business when Shaynella parked her red Kia across the street, walked over to her, bumped into her, and made a slashing motion with her arm. Shaynella was soon arrested when the police tracked her down from the license plate on her car. She was able to post her $2,000 bail and get out to await her trial. That particular case is still pending. However, while that case was still pending, Shaynella decided to pick up her knife and once again go on a GTA-style crime spree across Chicago. She's now facing 5 brand new felony charges after a wave of attacks on January 8th. For her first crime, she approached 2 senior citizens who were eating lunch with their grandkids at a local McDonald's. She once again pulled up in her red Kia, hopped out, walked into the restaurant, and saw them. The 2 grandparents were eating in the booth closest to the door. Then Shaynella proceeded to stab one of them in the back and another in the top of the head. Several other people in the restaurant took her picture as she bailed out of the restaurant and sped off in her car. Police were later able to pinpoint her location to the restaurant as well, further confirming her identity. 20 minutes later, she pulled over in a nearby neighborhood and stabbed a woman in the leg as she was carrying a large potted plant down the sidewalk. The victim was able to tell the police that the woman had a roughly 3-inch knife with an ivory handle. She was all patched up after 3 staples to the leg. Shaynella got back into her car and made a U-turn, parking next to another woman walking down the sidewalk, and stabbed her in the back. She then hopped back into her car and sped off once again. In the end, pretty much all of the incidents were either recorded on surveillance cameras or recorded by witnesses. Shaynella Williams was arrested shortly after in the East Garfield Park neighborhood and charged with multiple counts of aggravated battery. They said that she still had her ivory-handled knife when they arrested her. Shaynella didn't have an attorney, so she was appointed a public defender instead. Her defender has said that she's actually a licensed nurse and works as a nurse in the industry. She has 2 children, ages 14 and 17, and lives with them along with her mother. The prosecutors charged her with 2 counts of aggravated battery causing great bodily harm to victims over the age of 60 and 3 counts of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. The judge, Kelly McCarthy, is the very same judge who set her bail last summer. This time, she upped her bail by 10 times, ordering her to pay $20,000 if she wants to get out this time. Even if she does, she's going to have to go under electronic monitoring. As of the making of this video, she has yet to post the bail this time. A mother of 1 has been jailed for having intercourse with an 8-year-old boy more than 50 times. Alright, so as the story goes, a woman named Lauren Morris, age 21, out in the UK, had been sleeping with a boy for about 2 years. She stated that this started when she was 16 and continued until she was 18. The problem is, the boy was 8 years old when she started and 10 years old by the time it all concluded. According to the woman herself, she had slept with him well over 50 times throughout the duration of this. Her crimes were only investigated after the boy, who is now 14 years old, started bragging to his classmates that he had gotten with an older woman. Lauren said through her attorney that everything is fine now because she stopped doing it once she realized it was wrong, which took several years apparently. Surprisingly, somehow, the judge said that he would be lenient on her case specifically because she admitted that it was wrong. The judge, Robert Jux, QC, said that he would also take into consideration the embarrassment that the conviction would cause her. In the Worcester Crown Court, he said, "I have come to the conclusion that due to the embarrassment caused, you will not be offending again." She was then seen with a big, shit-eating grin coming out of the court, sentenced to jail for only 2 years on 3 counts of sexual intercourse with a minor under the age of 16.
Clorox Free and Clear is tough and gentle.
Needless to say, she was also banned from contacting anyone under the age of 16 without express permission from their parents, and is now going to be on the sex offender registry for 10 years. With time served being a factor, she'll actually be out on the streets again in less than a year. Her defendant told the court that she was struggling to come to terms with the facts. He said, "Her immaturity at 21 means she cannot accept the facts yet. She accepts her conviction, but with time will accept more. Her parents have stepped in and are building bridges. I understand she has met with some of her family. This could be stifled by a custodial sentence, so I urge Your Honor to try and suspend it if possible." Now, Cumberland daycare worker dosed children with melatonin. Just recently, a Cumberland daycare worker was arrested for, well, you guessed it, doping little kids up with melatonin. A woman named Tanya Voris was working for the New Life Church's Kids Life Childcare Ministry as their daycare director. I should note that they spell kids with a Z because this is one of those cool ministries. A probable cause affidavit that the news got their hands on recently said that Tanya had been loading 17 children up with melatonin gummies. If you don't know, melatonin is a supplement that you can buy over the counter that's supposed to help induce sleep. It isn't regulated by the FDA, but it's usually considered to be safe in normal doses. A father named Paul Caudill started noticing that his 3-year-old daughter was acting a bit odd over Christmas. She would have random outbursts of emotion, and it would always be toward bedtime. She wouldn't eat. She would complain about headaches. He said that his wife was about to take her in for some possibly expensive medical testing when the pastor of the church, David Falk, pulled him aside to talk to him one morning when he came to pick up his daughter. Paul said, "He pulled me into his office and he explained to me that one of the employees had been giving my daughter melatonin. I was like, 'So you mean that someone has been drugging my daughter?' He said, 'Yeah, well, it's been brought to our attention that one of the associates has been administrating melatonin to a number of children for 60 days. There was a lot of anger that came toward the end of it, but I was in church with a pastor." Police had already been notified by the pastor once he had figured out what was happening. The police came to say that Tanya Voris had given multiple children, aged 1 to 4, doses of melatonin multiple times since December. Not only that, she was encouraging other employees to do the same thing. The affidavit says, Voris dispensed the melatonin gummies to forcefully induce sleep in several children for her personal gain and not having to deal with fussy or problematic children who would not sleep during nap time. While it is undoubtable that this must have made her job a lot easier, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health says that melatonin, while normally safe, may not be for children, saying, "There aren't many studies on children and melatonin supplements, so there is a lot we don't know about the use of melatonin in children." Parents from the daycare spoke to the police, saying that they had been noticing a lot of troubling behavior with their children, changes in them that seemed alarming. They were sleeping pretty constantly, usually crashing immediately upon coming home, and being irritable if they were prevented from sleeping at any time. Tanya Voris pretty quickly admitted to giving the children melatonin once the police contacted her. But despite that, she pled not guilty to 17 felony charges of neglect of a dependent and a misdemeanor charge of reckless supervision by a child care provider. The judge gave her a no-contact order with all children. Initially, she was sent to jail, but she was out pretty quickly on a $15,000 bond. And just after that one, we have preschool teacher accused of throwing chair at toddler. Hey, why stop at just one child worker case? I feel like at least one of these comes up every single time I make a compilation video, but hey, this time we've got 2 of them. For this one, a preschool teacher out in Tennessee is facing child molestation charges after prosecutors have said that she threw a metal chair at a 3-year-old girl and bonked her on the head. The Belford County Sheriff's Department says that the incident took place on December 28th at the Stay and Play Learning Preschool in the Bell Buckle area. The offending teacher was a 22-year-old woman named Cameron Faye Hunter, who was arrested on a charge of aggravated child abuse. Cameron first told her boss that the little girl had simply fallen down and hit her head, but the surveillance cameras told a pretty different story. She was kicked out of the school immediately, before the police even arrived, and she was arrested at her house later that day. The detective on the case said, "There were children in every area of the room. The victim was behind a table. The teacher just got up and lifted a chair over her head and threw it right at the little girl. The girl left the incident with a big bruise and a lump between her eyes. She was taken to the hospital for a check." After watching the video, the detective said, "I was speechless. I couldn't believe it and couldn't understand why, because it didn't seem like the kid was doing anything out of the ordinary that she shouldn't have been doing." The detectives never did get a motive from Cameron as to why she threw the chair. She just kinda did it, seemingly at random. The detective did clarify that there was no way in hell it was an accident either, so we're kinda left in the dark. The owner of the school, presumably Cameron's boss, made a statement about the incident, saying, "We have followed all state protocols. The teacher was immediately dismissed from the daycare center. We handed it over to the authorities immediately, and they are handling the rest of the case." The preschool has since fully cooperated with the detectives on the investigation, and even called the Department of Children's Services and reported the incident themselves. The preschool is still open and continued acting as normal. The school is in good standing and never had any violations previously. The detective defended the school, saying, "There was no way they could have known what was going to happen when they hired her. There are bad employees in every workplace." Cameron Hunter was fired immediately. She's now in jail looking at a $10,000 bail. The news media has contacted her to inquire about the case, but they never did get any response. And last here I've got Italian drug gang caught smuggling high-quality cocaine concealed in Parmesan cheese. Just recently, we had a weird case out in Italy where 10 people were arrested and over 100 kilograms of cocaine were seized, all hidden within cheese. Notably, 2 members of a criminal gang were arrested after they were reportedly smuggling what the news called vast quantities of cocaine and cocaine accessories within huge Parmesan cheese wheels from the Netherlands. The Guardia di Finanza in Turin has been working to dismantle the criminal organization that is suspected of blasting all this blow across Europe, notably in Lombardy, Veneto, Tuscany, Sicily, and Sardinia. After not too long, they'd already arrested 10 members of the gang and wound up with a whole lot of booger sugar on their hands. The Italian military police had first started looking into the crime ring earlier last year, mainly focusing on the group's leader, a 37-year-old Albanian man, and 9 of his underlings. They operated mainly throughout the Piedmont region. It was found that they were buying massive quantities of nose nachos from abroad, mainly out in the Netherlands, that they would transport to Italy in trailers. They would then move the product into storage areas around Piedmont and other areas in northern Italy. They would then distribute the Snow Nugget Tornado throughout various regions in Italy, mainly through couriers and a pretty good fleet of vehicles that they had for this purpose. So far, the authorities have intercepted a number of bigger shipments as well. Not only do we have this incident with the cheese, but they also found an entire motorhome filled with 100 kilos of the stuff, which I can only imagine filled the place up. Then again, I don't really know how heavy it is. Maybe that's like a small crate, I don't know. A rough estimate of the value of what they have seized so far is about 20 million euros, or around 21.3 million US dollars at the time. Alright, so here we've got 1 ton of CP material seized, Florida man charged. Things got pretty weird recently when police out in, you guessed it, Florida got some information back in January saying that several files containing CP had been uploaded to the internet from a local IP address. The police traced the IP address back to a man in a nearby area, Ocala, named Paul Zittel, age 72, who looks exactly like the type of man you'd expect to be doing this sort of thing. They pretty easily got a warrant to search his home. During the raid on the house, Paul apparently got pretty defensive when the cops tried to search his bedroom, forbidding them from entering. After a while, he relented, but he still insisted on accompanying them on their search. It didn't take very long for the cops to find out exactly why he didn't want them to enter that room when they stumbled upon his hoard. Paul Zittel had mountains of CP boxes all over his bedroom. Actual physical prints arranged into dozens of large cardboard boxes, as well as lying loose in stacks all over the room. His office featured similar items. In the office was a printer that showed what the cops said, obvious signs of heavy use. The sheriff posted to the office's Facebook profile, "Detectives seized the printed materials, a computer, and a digital storage device and removed them from the home." After counting more than 220,000 printed pictures of CP, the cops were obviously stunned and astounded at what they had come across. The boxes were listed as being, crusty. The weight of the material was, altogether, over 2,600 pounds in total. This might be the only time I've ever heard of such a material being measured in weight. The feeble old Paul Zittel was swiftly arrested and thrown into Marion County Jail, where he was given a $250,000 bond. As of the writing of this video, he's still in there. He's facing 25 counts of possession of CP. Now we've got man arrested for threatening to shoot 11-year-old who beat him at Fortnite. With over 100 million players all across the world, Fortnite attracts all manner of people. Some people take the game way too seriously and have anger issues, such as the man in this case. An 11-year-old boy had to receive protection from the police when a 45-year-old man he encountered while playing Fortnite, Michael Aliperti, threatened to violently end his life after the child killed him during a match. Over voice chat, he gave specific threats to the boy, saying he was going to come to his school and shoot him. The Suffolk County Police Chief said, "During the course of gaming on Monday evening, apparently the 11-year-old bested Mr. Aliperti in a Fortnite game and was able to win away virtual guns from Mr. Aliperti, which made him very upset, and he started threatening the 11-year-old juvenile, saying he would cause him pain, that he would find him with a gun." Michael was pretty quickly arrested the next morning, having threatened to shoot an elementary school kid and all. He was arrested in his home at about 1:40 a.m. He went on to plead not guilty to aggravated harassment and acting in a manner to injure a child. Michael's neighbors were disturbed by the allegations against him, with one of them saying that the incident was, quote, disturbing, inappropriate, and not okay on every level. Another said, the 45-year-old needs to find something better to do with his time than playing video games with 11-year-olds. And one more chimed in with, so many parents out there who are not managing their children's time on social media as well as games. The criminal's mother herself told the media, I am very upset, saying that she could only respond with, what do you mean threatening, when she heard about the allegations against her son. She was crying as she defended her son, saying that he was just a normal, simple man who owned a landscaping business. She felt that her son was merely having some interesting fun and lost his cool when it came to being beaten by a child. The police, as they usually do in a case like this, simply urged parents to monitor their children's activity online more closely. Michael Aliperte, after pleading not guilty, was released on a $10,000 bond. He was ordered to stay away from the boy he threatened, as well as to stay away with the group that the boy normally played Fortnite with. Probably for the best. And here's a story for sure. New Hampshire man who put razor blades in pizza dough sentenced to prison. Out in Portland, Maine, a man has been accused of slipping some razor blades and screws into some pizza dough across a few supermarkets in Maine and New Hampshire. This man is named Nicholas Mitchell, who is 39 years old. Surveillance footage from the supermarket showed Nicholas grabbing pizza dough in the shops and loitering around the store fridges, only to ultimately leave the stores without buying anything. In the end, nobody was injured, but the act still spread fear throughout the local community. 3 different customers had bought the products within the city of Saco and noticed the blades hidden within the dough. After similar discoveries in nearby stores were made, the police launched an investigation that spanned multiple communities. After the razors and the screws in the dough were ultimately traced back to the odd security cam footage, Nicholas was arrested. Despite catching COVID in jail and being pretty under the weather to say the least, his hearing was held. He has been sentenced to 4 years and 9 months in federal prison. This sentencing came following an agreement with the prosecutors after he pleaded guilty back in June to one of 2 counts against him, a count of tampering with a consumer product. He's also going to have to pay almost $230,000 in restitution to Hannaford supermarkets. Nicholas, through tears, apologized for his actions. Mitchell was formerly an employee of a company called It'll Be Pizza. He said that he did it to get revenge on the pizza dough company that fired him, but he didn't really want to hurt anybody. Although, given what he did, it would be more safe to say that he didn't care if he hurt anybody. In court, it was revealed that Nicholas went through quite the downward spiral during lockdown when his girlfriend, a self-employed hairstylist, was no longer able to work. It's unclear what exactly happened between the two, but in the end, Nicholas was arrested for what they called a domestic disturbance. This left him homeless and living out of his car. Then, to add more to the pile, he was fired from his It'll Be Pizza job as well. Nicholas signed an agreement that he would not appeal a sentence that is less than 4 years and 9 months in length. The maximum penalty for the charges against him, though, could carry a maximum of 10 years in prison. He's lucky that he got off as easily as he did. Next up, student accused of attacking teacher's aide over Nintendo Switch held on $1 million bail. On February 21st at the Matanzas High School in Palm Coast, a female teacher's aide was assigned to work with students with individual education plans. One student who was staying at a nearby group home called East Coast Habilitation Options became quite the problem for her. The teacher took a Nintendo Switch away from one of the boys in school when he was caught playing it in class. This sent the student into a rage. A surveillance camera in the school hallways caught footage of the student, a 6'6", 270-pound monster of a child, running up to the teacher's aide, pushing her down to the ground, and then pummeling her with punches and kicks. Even when the teacher's aide was knocked unconscious, the student still continued punching and kicking her, even in the head several times. In total, she was bashed in the back of the head a total of at least 15 times. A crowd converged on the two and they were able to, after a struggle, finally forcefully pull the kid off of her. The student was taken away in handcuffs while medical personnel took care of the teacher's aide. This was when the boy thought that it would be wise to spit toward the victim, yelling that he was going to kill her for what she had done. The teacher's aide remained on the floor for several minutes before standing back up. The teacher was taken to a nearby hospital for treatment and, after some time, was able to be released. The 17-year-old boy was charged with aggravated battery on a school board employee, which is a first-degree felony that could carry a sentence of up to 30 years in prison. Once reality hit the boy in the face, he asked the police what was going to happen to him. More importantly, he wanted to know if he was going to be able to stay in his group home. The police deputy responded with, "I don't know," and this sent the student into yet another rage. He kicked a desk and a computer nearby, causing the monitor to fall off and break on the floor. This did not help his case. The boy's group home is noted as being a home agency for behaviorally challenged children and young adults. More information on the website shows that the home, quote, helps children, teens, and adults with autism, intellectual disabilities, and behavior challenges. Now it seems that the boy is going to be tried as an adult, with his case being upgraded to an adult court. This makes the felony charge against him just that more daunting. The student is currently being held on a $1 million bail out in Flagler County Jail. Now here's a really bizarre case coming out of China. Chinese man who robbed a gas station and spent 14 years in cave hiding finally surrenders. A man in China, Liu Mofu, 14 years ago, along with his brother-in-law and another friend, robbed a gas station of 156 yuan, about $22 US. After getting the money, they bought some fireworks and then spread the remaining change amongst them equally. After the three men decided to part ways, both of the other accomplices were caught by the police. Feeling the walls closing in on him, Liu decided to go off the grid in order to avoid being captured. He decided that he would lay low in a cave until the heat died down. The guy then spent the next 14 years of his life hiding from the cops in a remote mountain cave about 10 kilometers from the village he lived in, a place called Enshi out in the Hubei province. Liu, who was in his 30s when he originally committed the robbery, was now well into his 50s, living in solitude as a caveman. Once in a while, he would travel down to the village in order to steal some food and mingle with the locals, even visiting his family on very rare occasions. It isn't known if his family actually knew what was going on or if they just thought he was being really weird, although it has been said that they did urge him to confess to the police multiple times over the years. After 14 long years of mostly solitude, Liu decided that it was finally time to come clean and come down out of the cave. Liu's wife, who it seems he married before all of this happened, is in bad health, and he now has a grandchild he wants to meet. It is thought that these two things combined caused Liu to realize that he wanted to go back to living a normal life. Even after surrendering to the police and being arrested, it is still pretty likely that Liu is going to have to serve out the full sentence for his crimes. Robbery in China is often treated much more harshly than in other countries, even a robbery of such a small amount of money. It's expected that he's going to have to serve anywhere from 3 to 10 years in prison. The irony in all of this is that if he had just surrendered in the first place, he would have already been out of prison long ago and would already be living a normal life again. Instead, he chose to effectively give him a 14-year sentence, being confined to a grimy old cave instead of a jail cell, on top of the prison sentence he was fated to serve regardless. Here's a controversial one. Del Mar Union School Board member resigns after arrest during human trafficking operation in Florida. Here we have the case of a man named Scott Wooden, who was arrested on February 11th on suspicion of soliciting for prostitution. The big scandal here is that Scott had been serving on the Del Mar Union School Board out in California for over 10 years. He resigned from the school board upon being arrested on the previously mentioned charges. However, as bad as things already seem, they were actually much more complicated than that. Scott, now 60 years old, was actually one of 213 people arrested throughout an intense week-long police operation, one they called Operation Traffic Stop. This was a huge effort in order to crack down on human trafficking that was becoming a big problem in Polk County. Scott Wooden was arrested on February 11th, but out free on the 13th after posting his very low $500 bail. Once out, he refused to respond to requests for comments from the media. On February 16th, once news of the true details of the arrest came to light, the school board learned of his situation. A Polk County sheriff named Grady Judd highlighted Scott's arrest specifically, holding up his mugshot and saying, "Where would we be in a human trafficking operation without an elected official?" Although Scott was not from the area, he would show up from time to time to help with his parents, he claimed. While there, he would often actually engage in prostitution, paying about $200 each time. The problem is, though, those prostitutes were victims of human trafficking. Scott, who holds a doctorate degree from the University of Southern California, was originally working as a molecular biologist. He had retired, but he still wanted to get out there and contribute, and he was elected to the Del Mar Union School District Board back in 2010 and then subsequently re-elected. He seemed like a very good man, a normal guy with a normal nuclear family. This family consisted of a wife that he had been married to for 23 years and their 2 kids. By this point, they had all been living in San Diego for 20 years. During his original campaign, he stated that his goal was to bring more stability to the school district by, as he said, providing mutual respect, trust, and leadership principles that put all children first every time. Grady Judd said, "This guy knows better. He's supposed to be a leader in the community. He's an elected official. He's making decisions for our children, and he's out soliciting prostitutes." The school district commented, noting that Scott had already abruptly resigned from his post, effective immediately, saying, "While we do not yet know all the details and circumstances of the incident, the allegations are shocking and extremely concerning. It seems they are already searching for someone new to fill the spot." Of all of the 213 people arrested, 89 of those were arrested on suspicion of solicitation, and 111 of them were suspected of fully engaging in prostitution. 13 others were arrested on other various charges, 10 of which were arrested for getting payment from the prostitution or aiding and abetting in it. Luckily, throughout the operation, the police were able to identify and save 24 human trafficking victims. The sheriff said that his department performs big sting operations like this a couple of times a year, actually, but this is the first one that has resulted in this many arrests so far.
Wake up. Somebody in Washington with more than 5 brain cells needs to listen to this. Well, maybe asking them to have 5 brain cells too many. Let's shoot for 3 brain cells.
And here we've got man charged after tickling, licking 7-year-old boy's feet at indoor adventure park. As the title of the segment says, a guy out in Georgia was arrested after the police said that he both tickled and licked the feet of a 7-year-old boy at what is called an indoor adventure park. The 26-year-old man named Corey Rollins was arrested just a few weeks ago for the licking incident that took place on January 14th at Urban Air Adventure Park. To make matters much worse, Corey was employed as a PE teacher at a local elementary school. Police officers said that the young boy's parents informed them that Corey came up to the boy as he played at a fenced-in play area. Corey reportedly approached the boy, asking to tickle his feet. After doing so, he requested that the boy remove his socks. Upon this, he proceeded to lick both of his feet. The owner of the business said that Corey reportedly entered the building without any kids of his own by himself. However, others have countered this claim, saying that he did enter with his family originally, they just left before him. In the end, does it really matter? The business owner further stated that no security cameras captured the whole ordeal because this particular location was just out of the camera's view. He said that he was going to increase the amount of cameras within the building in order to cover these blind spots. Corey Rollins is facing charges of non-aggravated child molestation. He has since been fired from his job as a PE teacher, thank God. And this one. Minnesota father allegedly uses moose antler shovel to fatally beat man he's suspected of abusing children. This particular incident took place because a man named Levi William Axtell, age 27, had a long ongoing conflict with an unnamed 77-year-old man. Levi claimed that the 77-year-old had stalked his 22-month-old daughter over a period of months, but admitted that, quote, nothing was ever sustained, likely meaning that there was no actual physical contact. But he would often see the man's car parked outside of his daughter's daycare and even got a restraining order against him at one point. When it comes to whether or not the 77-year-old actually had a history of assaulting kids, it appears that, yeah, he did. There was a case against him that took place in Minnesota back in 1979. It seems that he assaulted a 6-year-old girl and he was in jail for that until the mid-1980s. Wanting to protect his daughter and possibly other children as well, Levi drove his white Dodge Caravan up into the driveway of the 77-year-old man's home. He smashed up his vehicle and then ran inside the house. The man's closest neighbors heard screaming coming from inside the home. Levi had picked up a shovel he found on the man's deck and taken it inside, bashing him over the head with it about 20 times. He then grabbed a large moose antler nearby and finished him off, smashing it over the man's head several more times. Neighbors then witnessed Levi running from the scene. Levi hopped back into his car and drove straight down to the local police station. Completely covered in blood, he entered the building with his hands on his head, confessing that he had just killed a man. The police went out to the victim's home and found him lying there dead next to a bloody shovel. The medical exam report stated that the man had a few defensive wounds and definitely died from blunt force trauma, something that wasn't necessarily a secret to anyone. Levi fully admitted to what he had done only minutes after killing the man. He told the police that he had known the man for a very long time, saying, "I believed him to have sexually offended against children in the past." Levi Axtell has been charged with second-degree murder. We'll just have to wait and see where the case goes from here. And now, woman rode motorbike naked, got fingered in the street, and punched a blind man. Now this might be the craziest one I talk about today, both figuratively and literally. A woman, Natasha Klaus, age 36, has been recently banned from entering a town called Woking and jailed. This came after she punched a blind man and was subsequently caught in the middle of an erotic act in the middle of a busy street and swiftly thrown into jail. It was later explained that Natasha had a habit of befriending vulnerable men only to take advantage of them later on. One of these men was on the verge of being kicked out of his apartment by a local council after Natasha, who was living with him, was showing what they called very antisocial behavior. The two argued, which resulted in Natasha punching the man in the face. Because the man was blind, he couldn't actually tell if Natasha hit him with a balled fist or simply slapped him with an open palm. Assault either way. Then, the prosecutors in her case stated that Natasha was caught with a finger inside her goo-goo in the middle of a street when a mother, who was with her two children, asked her to stop what she was doing. Natasha then threatened to punch the mother. The police were called, but by the time they arrived, Natasha had already pulled her pants back up, although she forgot to put her underwear back on. The trial revealed that she had also been caught driving through the town of Surrey on a motorbike, completely naked, although she wasn't actually arrested in relation to that event. While being arrested, Natasha even assaulted two police officers, along with calling them some pretty unsavory, naughty names. The woman was described by the judge as a mess, not only due to what she had done, but also due to the fact that she showed up to court over 4 hours late. The defense said that Natasha was exhibiting odd behavior because she was addicted to huffing butane gas. The judge looked at her and told her plainly, "Your life is a mess." The judge elaborated, saying, "Any assault on a vulnerable person is very serious indeed, as is any attack on the police officers who we have a moral obligation to protect. You are a mess. Your life is a mess. I spoke to your son earlier, and it is a testament to something in your son's life that he's never been to court and finds this whole situation awful. I have made a criminal behavior order against you, restricting your movements and behavior." She pled guilty to outraging public decency after she was caught in the act in the middle of the street, one which the judge said was no doubt for money. She was then handed a 13-month sentence. She was jailed for 3 months for punching the blind man, 2 months for each attack on each police officer, 2 months for racist remarks to one of the police officers, 1 month for outraging public decency, and 1 more month for threatening to harm the mother who asked her to stop. Then she was jailed for 4 more months after breaching a previous suspended jail sentence. Her life is a mess. Here we've got, man fakes Down syndrome, dupes caregivers into changing his diapers. Here we have the case of a man out in Gilbert, Arizona, who was charged with multiple counts of sex abuse and fraud after he pulled a stunt that would leave most people disgusted and others scratching their heads, but probably both. This is the case of a man named Paul Menshak, 31 years old at the time of his offense, that pretended to have Down syndrome in order to hire female caregivers, poo himself, and force them to change his diapers and bathe him. The man has at least 4 victims that we know of by this point, but it's very possible that there were more. The women who came forward said that Paul would often visibly get aroused while they would clean him up and give him a bath after his shenanigans. Paul mainly hired these women using various online resources to find local caregivers, usually posing as his mother to do so. He would communicate with potential caregivers over text using a fake name and get them to pick him up at various locations around town. Paul ended up getting help from one of the caregivers at least 30 separate times in the East Valley area over the course of one summer. During many of these occasions, he would often insist that his man bits weren't clean enough and that the caregiver was going to have to give it a little more elbow grease. Afterwards, Paul would end up changing hands, ending up with a second and third victim later on in the summer. All 3 of the victims knew each other, and all 3 would talk about how strange he was and how often he would get excited during their visits. One victim told local news outlets that Paul acted very childlike while around her. Another victim concluded that this particular personality trait was probably related to his disability, and at the time, they decided to brush it off. Another caregiver, who very reasonably wanted to remain anonymous, said, "He needed shower and grooming. He couldn't use the bathroom himself. He couldn't really be alone by himself. He acted like a child. His whole demeanor was childlike. He would act in tantrums, talk like a child, act like a child. Why would you do that? Why would you make us change you knowing that you didn't have to? Why didn't you give us a choice?" After a while, the original caregiver started getting pretty suspicious of Paul's antics and decided to follow him home when he was dropped off by another caregiver. She knocked on the door, coming face to face with Paul's parents, only to find out that no, he didn't have Down syndrome and he didn't need to wear diapers at all. They informed her that their son was perfectly capable of taking care of himself. Paul ended up being arrested. He was actually working for a local school district. I feel like this is becoming a pattern, until he resigned when all of this came to light. When appearing before a judge, Paul said that he did at least have a low IQ level and that his parents would have the documentation to prove that. He also promised that he was seeking counseling, but it's unknown if he actually did. Once all of this came out, the fourth victim came forward, telling similar stories to what the other caregivers told in the media. Her account of events was similar to the others and occurred within the same time frame. After a few years of trials and hearings, it seems that Paul has ended up with a slap on the wrist, only seeming to have gotten probation and time served. So here we've got, Florida woman dislocates 10-year-old son's jaw because he wouldn't stop playing Fortnite. So here we have yet another Fortnite-related crime. I wonder if we can keep the streak going with one Fortnite-related crime every month. I guess we'll have to see. Anyway, this is a case that came from out in South Daytona, Florida, in which a woman allegedly decked her son in the face and dislocated his jaw when he refused to stop playing Fortnite one night. One Wednesday night, Ann Perugia, a 35-year-old woman, told her son to call it quits on Fortnite for the night and go take a shower at around 5 p.m. Her son, only 10 years old, later said himself that he forgot to do what his mom had told him. Ann's story differed quite a bit. She said that she told him to stop playing and go take a shower, and he simply continued playing for 10 more minutes. She said that she then asked him once again to go take a shower, to which he responded, no. A press release said, he got up and started toward the bathroom, and that is when his mother got irate and charged into the bathroom. When the two got into the bathroom, he stated she punched him with a closed fist in the jaw. The police report said that not only was the son's jaw dislocated, but that his mother had also scratched him in various spots. After Ann punched her son in the face, she then called his father, Brian Butler, who didn't live with them. She told him to come take his son and go away. Brian, as you might expect, was not exactly happy that she had just punched their son in the face and declared that he was going to press charges against her. When the police were called, Ann confirmed that the two did indeed have an argument about Fortnite, but neglected to mention anything about punching the boy. The son then told his mother, "I hate you and you don't do anything for me." Ann then relented a bit and told the police that, alright, she did grab her son by his arm and take him back inside the house, but that was all when it came to anything physical. Given the dislocated jaw, nobody was really buying it. The police report detailed, the child also had scratches around his body that were caused by the mother. This malicious act also caused her son unjustifiable pain and injury. This act has no valid reason to subject the child to that kind of punishment for failing to listen to his mother. Ann was arrested and taken into jail without much of a fight. She got slapped with charges of aggravated child abuse with physical injury. She paid bail pretty quickly and got out to await trial. The boy's father doesn't have custody, so he's staying with his aunt for the time being. Now we've got Florida girl, 12, steals dad's car and takes 14-year-old friend to meet online predator. Well, we might as well keep the Florida cases going. Here we have a very strange, very unusual story in which two very young girls decide to jack a car and go on a road trip for very concerning reasons. Protecting the identities of the girls, I'll just refer to them as Girl A and Girl B. Girl A was 12 years old. Her friend, Girl B, was a couple of years older, clocking in at 14 to be exact. Both of the girls were recently reported missing when Girl A decided to hop into her parents' Ford Taurus and go off to pick up her friend, and the two drove out of state. It seemed that the two were going on a multi-hundred-mile trip out to Louisiana to meet a man that they were both talking to online, someone believed to be a predator. Needless to say, this immediately kick-started a massive search across both areas in order to stop the girls before they met this man, or hell, even ran over someone or crashed the car along the way. The two were last seen around Main Street and County Road 237 in Lake Butler shortly after meeting up. They triggered a missing child alert in the area, blowing up everyone's phones, and even ended up being shown on billboards and news stations all over each of the states along their path. Girl A ended up driving her parents' car all the way out to Mobile, Alabama, about 5 hours away from where they started. Toward the end of their journey, they stopped at a convenience store to stock up and saw their faces on the news on the television behind the desk. It was then that they decided to voluntarily turn themselves into the police. The police, after talking to them, concluded that nobody had accompanied them on their trip and that they left their homes of their own volition. The FBI has since gotten involved and is now starting an investigation into the man that the two were intending to meet, believing him to be a particularly dangerous individual. Luckily, the two girls were returned to their parents in Florida without issue. Neither of them had been harmed in any way. The police urged their parents, and really all parents in general, to more closely monitor their child's online activity, noting that sex trafficking is becoming a pretty big problem, especially in that area. In fact, the FBI still believes their person of interest to be a trafficker, although it isn't positive at this time. But I think it's safe to say that any grown man trying to meet a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old off the internet probably doesn't have the best intentions. Here's an odd one. Navy sailor, 29, and her boyfriend, 25, baited thieves by leaving bicycles in their front yard only to beat them with aluminum baseball bats and post videos of the assaults to YouTube. Here's a vigilante justice case that I'm sure is going to be pretty controversial in the comments. We've got a strange case in which a couple out in California were arrested after a string of very similar assault cases in which would-be thieves were baited into showing up to their home only to be beaten with baseball bats. Corey Kernut, a 25-year-old man, and Savannah Grillo, 29, had recently been the victims of a few car break-ins near their home. This was when they decided to perform a little bit of vigilante justice and take the law into their own hands. According to neighbors, they had said, "Well, screw this, we're going to take the neighborhood, we're not going to let them take us." In order to lure some potential thieves back to their home, they left some bicycles unattended in their front yard. It didn't take long for some hooligans to show up and try to steal them. Corey and Savannah, for reasons unknown, decided to film their street justice for none other than YouTube, actually. In one video, a man attempts to take a bike from the front yard, only for another man, likely Corey, to emerge from the shadows, shirtless for some reason, and carrying a baseball bat. He then took off, chasing after the thief. Police, speaking of the video, said, "They're running down the street, yelling, getting into a fight in the middle of the night, which would obviously wake the neighbors up." The police were eventually notified to their YouTube videos and didn't really have any choice but to go and investigate. The police showed up to their home and arrested the two on numerous assault with a deadly weapon and conspiracy charges. The YouTube videos, after leading to their arrest, have since been taken down. According to the police, each of the would-be thieves were left with injuries, but they weren't life-threatening after being kerbonked with the bats. A police statement says, "In the videos, it appears as if the suspects planted a bicycle in the front yard of their residence, unsecured, and waited for someone to try and steal the bicycle. Once someone tried to steal the bike, the suspects would rush from the house and assault the individual with a baseball bat." 4 bunkies have been identified to date, but it's likely there are much more out there, given that a criminal would not willingly go to the police in this sort of situation. Notifying the police about their assaults would require them opening up that they were attempting to steal. Honestly, I'm surprised any of them went forward at all. Neighbors in the area have said that they were initially fine with the scheme until it started getting out of hand when more and more victims started getting involved. Both of them were booked into the Tulare County Jail and now face 4 counts of assault with a deadly weapon and conspiracy charges. They both later bailed themselves out and moved out of their home. Since then, no more thefts have taken place in the neighborhood. Now let's check out influencer and partner who believe in feeding on sunlight are arrested after their month-old baby dies of prolonged starvation. 2 parents of a newborn baby were recently detained out in Russia after some bizarre claims came to light. These 2 were social media influencers, seemingly just some regular health enthusiasts on the surface, but things were much more strange when you dug a little bit deeper. Some of their viewers claimed that their baby had died because the 2 were firm believers in a new trend, feeding on sunlight. This child was born in his parents' home, not having been seen by doctors. He was only around 1 month old when his parents rushed him to the hospital. Unfortunately, he didn't make it, passing away along the way. It has been said that he suffered from both pneumonia and emaciation after a prolonged period of starvation. News outlets, speaking of the death, said, The preliminary version of the infant's death is severe exhaustion that the blogger tried to instill his nutrition system in the baby. The Russian investigative committee has since launched a criminal case against the couple, and the more specific circumstances surrounding the death are being investigated. Their apartment has also since been searched. The mother, Oksana Mironova, a 33-year-old influencer, is now under investigation for causing death by negligence. Maxim Muti, her partner, has been dubbed a propagandist of raw food. He is a 43-year-old self-proclaimed radical raw foodist. It seems he normally worked as a lifestyle trainer, teaching methods of cleansing the body. People have described him as being a master of working with the body and consciousness, saying that he often healed his clients. He's nothing short of a strange man, though. His social media is full of weird claims, such as the claim that 3D printers have been around since the 1800s in secret use. He, of course, is what they call a breatharian, someone who believes that he can sustain purely on air and sunlight, all without food and water. Atrocity Guide made a very informative video on this strange trend if you want to hear more about it in depth. The two had founded a club together that they called The Living Man and vowed to help Russians sort out their personal problems and improve upon their health. It seems that they forced their beliefs upon their kid as well, forcing him to partake in a diet where he would go without food or water for long periods of time and only feed on sunlight. Oksana and her family have said that Maxim was running a sect and that he was the one who forced her into going along with all of this. It's unknown if there's truth to this claim or if they're just trying to deflect as much blame as possible. The mother, for the time being, has been put under house arrest for 2 months. Seeing her lighter sentence, the police may believe that she actually was forced into this. The father, Maxim, was detained later, separately for resisting the police initially. He had posted a video in which he was driving at 224 kilometers an hour, far and above the speed limit. He's now being charged with a few counts of torture. Now, hospital worker uses COVID-19 patient's bank card for snacks minutes after woman's death. Here's a good rage fuel case for those of you who are into that sort of thing. A hospital staff member out in England was working out in the COVID ward at Heartlands Hospital in Birmingham when she allegedly took the debit card of an elderly patient who had just died and used it to go and buy herself some snacks. The 83-year-old woman had just passed away at about 1:56 p.m. Security footage taken from the hospital hallways showed 23-year-old Aisha Basharat using her card to buy snacks from a vending machine just 17 minutes later, buying about 6 pounds, the money kind of pounds, worth of chips, candy, and Coke. Not getting her fill, she popped back over to the vending machines later that evening and spent another 1 pound. Not getting caught, probably getting a little cocky, Aisha decided to use the victim's card during her next shift about 4 days later. By that time, her family had noticed that something was up and canceled the card. The police were called and Aisha was arrested at the hospital that very day. Aisha told the police that at first she had found the card on the ground and it had gotten mixed up with her own card somewhere along the way. I know a lot of you were asking, does she not know what her own card looks like? And yeah, the police felt the same way. They pointed out that the cards were completely different colors and that it was very apparent, even at the most cursory glance, that they were not the same. Not only was this against hospital protocol involving patient property, but it was very clearly a crime, despite her only having spent the equivalent of a few dollars. After a little pushing, Aisha admitted to what she had done. Another member of the hospital staff spoke out to news outlets shortly after all of this came to light, saying that the proper steps had now been taken to support the patient's family, adding, "The Trust has fully supported the police with their investigation, and as a result of Ms. Basharat's conviction, the Trust will now proceed with our internal HR processes, with due consideration given to the criminal conviction that Ms. Basharat has received." Aisha Basharat pled guilty to theft and fraud by false representation, according to the police. Initially, she was looking at 5 months in jail, but she ended up only getting a suspended sentence for 18 months. A detective at the West Midlands Police Department spoke out about the sentencing, saying, "This was an abhorrent breach of trust and distressing for the victim's family. They were having to come to terms with death of a loved one from COVID when they found the bank card was missing. And then, of course, the realization that the card was taken by someone who should have been caring for her." Now let's look at woman sentenced to 8 years after beating her own face with a hammer and blaming it on an Asian grooming gang. So let's just keep the rage fuel going today. Here we have an extraordinarily weird case in which a woman named Eleanor Williams, a 22-year-old out in Barrow-in-Furness, a town in England, was sentenced to 8.5 years in prison after she was caught beating herself in the face with a hammer in order to frame what she called an Asian grooming gang. Now, Eleanor was no stranger to making false accusations and ruining lives in the past. She had accused at least 5 different men of forcing themselves on her in the past, leading to one attempting to take his own life and several others with their lives in ruin. She was only 16 years old when she made her first false accusation, claiming that a boy had forced himself on her at a party out in Barrow one night. A few years later, she was working at Manhattan's nightclub and claimed that yet another man had done the same to her, both at work one time and again at her home after she returned from a late shift. Her accusations led to a few of the men to attempt to take their own lives when everyone they knew turned against them and refused to believe that they hadn't actually done anything. In May of 2020, Eleanor decided to compile a fat list of her accusations into one big Facebook post. She included some very gruesome images of her head, which I can't show here, but believe me when I say that her face was absolutely in tatters. The post ended up getting shared over 100,000 times, sparking outrage on a national scale. This outrage even led to full-scale violent racial protests in her hometown. You see, Eleanor would often accuse men of Middle Eastern and Asian descent. She said that a gang of these men had been grooming her since she was a preteen, forcing her to engage in perverse acts at parties all over the north of England and Ibiza. She even claimed that she was once sold as a slave while out in Amsterdam. One of the men she accused of these crimes, a guy named Mohammed Ramzan, told the court that his life had been hell on earth after Eleanor's false accusations. Breaking out into sobs in the court, he told them about how he felt he was left with no choice but to end his life after it all came to ruin. Not only did he end up in jail as a result of her accusations, his home and business were ransacked in the resulting protests. He said that he received messages from people threatening to force themselves on his wife in front of him in the same way that he did to Eleanor. They wished death on him and even on his kids. Even more threatened to burn his house down as well as his place of work. Even his rental properties that he owned but didn't live in were sacked. After a while, Eleanor's claims were able to be debunked after surveillance footage showed that her recollection of events simply didn't add up. One video in particular showed Eleanor buying a pack of noodles and one single hammer at a local shop, the same kind that would go on to injure her face. She then went back to a hotel, ate the noodles, and apparently bashed herself in the face with the hammer. Eleanor was arrested. In a letter she sent out to a few judges, she apologized for what she called a few mistakes, explaining that she was, quote, young and confused. Admitting that she had lied indirectly, she said, "When I wrote the Facebook post, I never intended causing issues in the community. I am devastated at the consequences it has had on Barrow. I was discharged from the hospital that morning and was in a bad way. I wasn't thinking straight." More of the falsely accused men told the court about how their lives had fallen apart after the allegations. A man named Jordan Tringrove, who was arrested 3 times due to her lies, said that he had vulgarity spray-painted all over his home and his mom had to flee to live somewhere else because she didn't feel safe there any longer. Another, Oliver Gardner, said, "When I was told she was accusing me of that, I felt sick. I had to tell my mom and I started questioning myself, even though I knew I'd done nothing wrong." The prosecutor said that this incident with the hammer would effectively be the finale to years and years of false allegations coming out of her. As the court case went on, Eleanor's claims made less and less sense. The prosecutor pointed out that Eleanor would often simply go on social media and find a list of random names that she would then decide to associate with human traffickers or assailants. She would even make fake accounts to look like the people she would accuse and send messages to herself in order to produce some pretty convincing screenshots. Other times, she would get people she knew to send her messages and edit those messages to appear as if they were from others. After a while, the jury came to see that a lot of the men Eleanor named as assailants didn't even exist. While many of the names she listed were real, a good number of them were completely made up. It came time to sentence Eleanor. Judge Robert Altham told the court that there was no explanation for what she had done and that she showed no significant sign of remorse. The judge said that he personally didn't feel that she was as motivated by race as you might think. He felt that by accusing Middle Eastern, Asian, and some white men that she would gain a lot more attention. A lot of similar cases had recently gained attention in the media, and he felt that she, seeing these, decided that it was the fastest way to gain some attention herself. He did admit, though, that we'll never actually know for sure until she decides to open up about it and explain herself. Despite ruining an unknown but significant number of lives, Eleanor Williams was only sentenced to 8.5 years in prison. This was despite the fact that she even went to the lengths of hitting herself in the face with a hammer in order to push her false allegations. Now here's a case that involves a non-violent crime with an animal. Well, violence in the sense of injury, I guess. I can understand that animal-related stuff is a little too much for a lot of people out there. This is the last case I'm going to talk about today, so feel free to duck out if you don't want to hear about it, and thanks for making it this far. So getting on with the story. Now we've got Moment, Mississippi woman, 19, is arrested over video showing her having intercourse with a dog. As the headline said, a young woman out in Mississippi has recently been arrested after a video that she posted to social media showed her having relations with a dog. Because of this, she's facing up to 10 years in prison. The woman, only 19 years old, is named Denise Frazier. Apparently, she took a video on Snapchat of her crime and sent it to others, which soon started making the rounds among her friends and, after a while, even strangers. One of these concerned strangers sent the video to local police, who investigated and found that the video was indeed real. They found Denise and arrested her on aggravated cruelty charges. Sergeant J.D. Carter of the Jones County Sheriff's Department said, "In my 17 years in law enforcement, this is one of the most disturbing cases that I've ever investigated." He continued, reporting, "JCSD is in possession of several videos that are so graphic that we are not at liberty to release them or even discuss the particular content. The investigation into this case is far from over." This meant that this hadn't only occurred one time. She had recorded videos of these types of incidents multiple times by this point, although it isn't known if she ever sent any of the other videos out. Surprisingly, Denise admitted that yes, this was her in the videos, and yes, she was doing exactly what she appeared to be doing. She told the police that she had been forced into committing these acts, but police countered, saying that there's absolutely zero evidence that anyone else was involved with these at all. After the claims of threats didn't work, she then told the police instead that people would pay her to make these videos, not exactly helping her case. Sergeant Carter said, "We've never dealt with this particular type of case before. There are really no true words to describe it other than disgusting. So right now we're still in that initial phase, right past the first part of it, but we're still looking into it to see if there's more." He even added that some of the other videos may have been filmed in other counties, which could possibly involve other law enforcement agencies in the end. He went ahead and notified the sheriff's departments in those areas. Denise's dogs, yet plural, unfortunately, were taken from her home by the police and taken to a local animal hospital. One of the dogs was a German Shepherd that Denise had claimed was her support animal. Denise was booked into the Jones County Adult Detention Facility on charges of animal cruelty and unnatural intercourse. Her bond was set for $25,000. She's also been ordered to stay away from animals until after her trial. Her charges could see her ending up with a 10-year prison sentence when all of this is over. So here we have, man beats neighbor to death with bag full of Pokemon cards. Last year on August 2nd, out in Sheffield, a city in South Yorkshire, England, a 31-year-old man named Andrew Hogg was seen attacking his neighbor, a man named Simon Wilkinson, in front of other residents after a brief altercation. One of the neighbors claimed that Andrew walked up to Simon's residence, screaming, "You called me a fucking nonce. Come out here and fight like a man." Apparently, nonce is a sex offender, mainly against kids. I had to look that up. When Simon came out of his house, Andrew started punching him and kicking him, knocking him to the ground and stomping on him. He then proceeded to beat him over the head with a big bag full of 5 metal boxes containing Pokemon cards. He then, wanting to make sure that Simon was definitely dead, slammed him over the head with a large piece of wood. It's stated that Andrew had briefly left the scene, but soon returned to end Simon's life in what he thought was an act of mercy, while in what the judge called a deluded state. When caught by the police, Andrew told the officers that he got carried away, in his own words, and murdered the man in cold blood. He told them that he felt the attack with the Pokemon cards was so brutal that he needed to make sure that he put him out of his misery. Andrew apparently, unsurprisingly, suffers from a psychotic disorder. He hadn't been taking his medication for some time at this point, self-medicating with weed instead. He later went on to plead guilty to murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 17 years, recommending he return to Rampton Secure Hospital where he had previously been held. He had already been convicted multiple times for violent behavior, 7 times to be exact, in various different situations, including one where he attacked an emergency services worker. The judge told the public to be wary of the dangers of self-medicating. This case is a stark reminder of the dangers of cannabis use, particularly with someone with such a complex mental history as his, she said. So here we've got inmates at Oklahoma jail subjected to torture by hearing Baby Shark on loop, lawsuit says. Here we have a truly cartoonishly evil case in which prison inmates were forced to stand in painful positions for hours on end, all while the children's song Baby Shark played on loop. Baby Shark is a nursery rhyme type song that exploded in popularity back in 2019. Even if you didn't have kids, it was hard to avoid spotting the mascot from time to time at least. I can't play the song here, but the lyrics play out like this. Baby shark, doo-doo, doo-doo. Baby shark, doo-doo, doo-doo. Baby shark, doo-doo, doo-doo. Baby shark. It isn't the most complicated song. So back in 2019, inmates in this Oklahoma jail were subjected to what has been called cruel and inhumane punishment, where they were forced into standing stress positions while the song would endlessly loop. This punishment would often last for hours at a time. A federal civil rights lawsuit was put together as a result, describing the punishment routine as torture events. The defendants on the lawsuit were listed as the Oklahoma County Sheriff Tommy Johnson III, 2 former jail officers, the Board of County Commissioners, and the Jail Trust. The lawsuit says that the defendants failed to properly train and supervise the officers as they blasted Baby Shark all up in that place. It said that the mistreatment from these officers was well known amongst the supervisors and no action was ever taken to stop them. One of the victims, going by Mitchell, was pulled from his cell by a few officers at around midnight one day. He was thrown into a room, forced into what is called a standing stress position, while his hands were handcuffed behind his back, and then forced to remain that way for almost 4 hours while the jailers blasted Baby Shark on loop. The lawsuit says, Mitchell was forced to listen to the song over and over while physically restrained in the attorney visitation room. The volume of the song was so loud that it was reverberating down the hallways. 2 other inmates, going by Basco and Hedrick, were also forced into the same kind of situation back in 2019, according to the lawsuit. Another man, named Foreman, was forced into the same position, but luckily wasn't forced to listen to the song. He was, however, kicked in the back and slammed into the wall while being spit on by an officer, though. It was further noted that the plaintiffs posed no threats to the officers during any of these occurrences. The lawsuit actually officially said that, quote, the music can be hard on the ears. An actual clinical psychologist said, certain pitches hit the auditory receptors in ways that are physiologically painful. These are high-pitched tones and screechy elongated sounds like nails across a chalkboard. So I guess you have scientific proof that Baby Shark is annoying. News media attempted to reach out to the defendants in this case, but they received no comment. Their lawyer refused to comment as well. Then, in October of 2020, 2 of the former jail employees and their supervisor were smacked with charges of misdemeanor cruelty when the prosecutors were able to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the torture took place. It was unfortunate that I could not find a felony statute to fit this scenario. I would have preferred filing a felony on this behavior, said the district attorney. The officers who were charged ended up resigning, and their supervisor went ahead and retired. One of the plaintiffs, Basco, was released from prison after this took place, although he reoffended and ended up back in jail in 2022. He passed away in police custody, with the medical examiner determining that he had died of an accidental fentanyl overdose, something his lawyer finds very suspicious. Last month, in April of 2023, the former jail guards in the lawsuit were finally sentenced. After pleading no contest to the charges against them, they got away with really nothing but fines and probation in the end. Here we have one of my favorite headlines of all time. Pure evil blackbird named Derek terrorizing Yorkshire village and attacking children. Alright, so apparently there's a little blackbird that has become somewhat of a cult icon out in Rossington near Doncaster out in the UK. Some people, though, say that there's a dark side to this black bird. They say that he loves to steal food and terrorize kids in this South Yorkshire community. Apparently everyone in this community knows about this bird, who they have named Derek, and recognize his antics. He quickly became somewhat of a celebrity. Back in 2019, Derek even got his own Facebook page where people would post pictures and updates about him and all of his shenanigans. It appears that all the fame has gone to Derek's head recently, with multiple headlines coming forth calling him a nuisance and an utter menace. One local mother told a harrowing tale about how Derek had viciously attacked her children, leaving the family, in her own words, petrified. She added, "It comes to something when kids can't even go into their own garden without being petrified because of that bloody bird Derek dive-bombing them and trying to attack them. So, to whoever owns that horrible thing, if you want to try to domesticate a bird like that, then keep it at home because it hurts my kids. There will be hell to pay, and I don't care who that offends. The thing is a menace, attacking kids in the school playground, on the street, in their own garden. If it was any other animal, it would have been put to sleep following the first attack on a child." This woman wasn't the only one to come out and try to cancel Derek, the feathered fiend. Another local resident said that he saw Derek viciously attack a child in the street and that he was forced to step in and intervene. He described Derek as pure evil, saying, "Is this the horrible thing that was attacking a young boy a few weeks ago opposite Bath's? I had to stop my car in the middle of the road to help him. That thing was pure evil." Derek does have his allies and loyal supporters, though. Some other parents in the community say that Derek is actually a little angel and that their children would often give snacks to him and play with him. One of these mothers said, "He landed on my son a few years ago when he was walking to the bus stop. I think he just wanted a piggyback." Another gave her testimony, saying, "My daughter has told me a few times that Derek has caused all the kids to go outside at playtime at school. She said most of the kids love him." Another begged the angry folks out there to leave Derek alone, saying that he wouldn't harm a fly, adding, "Poor Derek. I know the bird. Please leave it alone. It means no harm. Many thanks." The controversy around Derek isn't only divisive within the community, but within families as well. The cancellation of Derek is tearing families apart, with one mother writing that one of her kids who was attacked by Derek hates him, while the other child loves him. She said, "Derek was a regular in our garden. My young son hates him as he scratched his face. My daughter loves him. During lockdown, he was sat on her arm for well over an hour." Derek, when pressed for comment, did not respond. Florida man arrested after disrespectfully consuming roommate's key lime pie. Where would one of these videos be without a Florida man case? Well, here we've got one where an elderly man out in Fort Myers went out of his way to steal a tasty treat from his roommate. This roommate has done his best to find his mother's favorite dessert for her birthday, a key lime pie. He locked it away in his fridge, keeping it there for the time being. He told his roommate, David Powelson, that under no circumstance was he to eat this pie. David, however, is an asshole. He apparently lost all control over his willpower. He simply couldn't go on living his life knowing that this perfectly good pie was in the refrigerator. One Friday afternoon at around 5 p.m., David sat down in the living room with the pie. His roommate, the owner of the pie, couldn't believe his eyes. Not only was David eating the pie he specifically told him not to touch, but he was eating the entire thing, leaving not even a piece behind. "Why didn't you just save me one piece?" the roommate exclaimed in agony as he confronted David. An epic showdown took place, and David decided that he was left with no choice but to de-escalate the situation. He went into the kitchen, filled up 2 glasses of cold water, and dumped them all over his roommate's head. This roommate then called the police. The cops responded to the call, heading out to the home. When they arrived, the victim told the police all about the pie dispute and the assault with the water. The police called the whole thing a physical domestic dispute. They did note, however, that the victim didn't actually suffer any injuries during the altercation and that only water was thrown on him. Even so, David Powelson was taken into custody and charged with 1 felony count of first-degree aggravated battery on a person of age 65 or older. Under Florida laws, anyone convicted on that charge could face up to 30 years in prison and a maximum fine of up to $10,000. Under Florida laws, anyone convicted on that charge could face up to 30 years in prison and a maximum fine of up to $10,000. Best case scenario, anyone convicted on those charges is subject to a minimum of 3 years in prison. But he's really only going to get convicted if the prosecution can prove that he caused bodily harm, disability, or disfigurement, or if they can manage to get the water to count as a deadly weapon. He'll probably be fine, but the pie will never come back. And now, Police want to know who put crack pipe vending machines on Long Island. Here we have a very weird case in which the police are trying to find out who in the hell is responsible for installing a bunch of crack pipe vending machines all over the Coram area of Long Island in New York. After receiving a good number of complaints from various residents over the course of a weekend, the police came out to find that, lo and behold, there were 3 of these machines out there. The machines were labeled as pens, but their actual intended usage was blatantly obvious to anyone who actually purchased one. A city councilman said, "It is not illegal to sell the pens and it is not illegal to sell a pipe, but they are considered drug paraphernalia and they were being dispensed from a machine that was installed illegally per town code." The communications director for the town of Brookhaven said that the machines were actually repurposed tampon dispensers. 2 of the machines were found on public streets, while the 3rd was found outside of an apartment complex. The police department came out and removed the illegally installed machines. They then turned to the public to ask them for help in identifying who might have set them up. As of now, the incident is still being investigated, so the cops haven't really placed a numerical value on what kind of fine might be appropriate. The town supervisor doesn't know whether or not there are more of these machines out there, saying, "We are working with the Suffolk County Police Department to identify more locations and will cooperate fully to find those responsible and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law." And now, family wants answers after man eaten alive by bedbugs in county jail, attorney says. Now we have a bizarre story in which a family attorney out in Atlanta, Georgia, said that a man died while in police custody after being eaten alive by insects and bedbugs. According to the attorney, Michael D. Harper, the man, LaShawn Thompson, was locked up in the Fulton County Jail for 3 months before he was eventually found unresponsive in his jail cell. He had quite obviously passed away in there. The conditions in his cell were, let's say, much less than ideal. Harper said, "What Mr. Thompson was housed in was not fit for a diseased animal. He did not deserve this." Mr. Thompson had been arrested on a misdemeanor battery charge back in June of 2022. Once he was thrown into jail, he ended up getting placed into the psychiatric wing once the officials determined that he had somewhat severe mental health issues. His family was even able to obtain records that showed that both the detention officers and the medical staff knew very well that his health was rapidly deteriorating and did absolutely nothing to give him any medical aid or otherwise help him out. They literally watched his health decline until he died, the family later stated. One detention officer reportedly refused to give him CPR because he was, in his own words, freaked out upon seeing the state of the body. Thompson had been chewed up by bed bugs and other insects to the point where the body was in a horrific state. The attorney suggests that, due to the severe neglect, someone has to be held responsible for this. In fact, he feels that, given the reprehensible state of the jail cells, the whole building probably needs to go, saying, "Someone has to be held accountable for his death. The Fulton County Jail must be closed and replaced." The sheriff's office didn't want to respond to any request for comments. As of where we are now, this case has yet to come to any sort of conclusion. Thompson's family and attorney are still pushing for action. And now, Massachusetts woman protests wrongful eviction by releasing swarm of bees on police. Here we've got a case that's undoubtedly pretty weird. A woman in Massachusetts was charged with multiple counts of assault and battery after she unleashed a hell swarm of bumblebees on some police who were trying to serve an eviction. It wasn't even her eviction. The police officers had arrived at a local residence to serve a court-ordered eviction in October of 2022. They were met with local protesters supporting black homeowners. Shortly after, a 55-year-old woman, Rory Woods, appeared before them. Rory, who doesn't even live there, showed up in a beekeeper suit with a trailer full of bees. She jumped out, ran into the trailer, and started shaking and jostling the beehives, creating chaos. She released hundreds and hundreds of bees upon the officers. An official for the county said, "Never in all my years leading the Hampton County Sheriff's Civil Process Division have I seen something like this. I hope that these out-of-county protesters will reconsider using such extreme measures in the future because they will be charged and prosecuted." Rory was thrown into handcuffs when she was told that several officers on the scene were allergic to bees. Several of the officers had already been stung as well. Her response was, simply, "Oh, you're allergic? Good." Rory is now facing 7 felonies and 1 misdemeanor. Neither she or her lawyer would respond for comment. One officer ended up in the hospital but made a full recovery. Rory would have faced much harder charges if the situation had gotten any worse. So here we've got Michigan Honor Roll student 17 shot dead by 14 and 13-year-olds in attempted carjacking. So this incident all started when a 14-year-old boy, Justice James Chimner, stole his mom's 9mm pistol and went to hang out with his friends. It was Friday, January 17th. Justice, a name that will prove to be ironic, was hanging out with another kid his age when he got a message on Snapchat. In this message, he was asked to steal a car in exchange for some money. Justice and his friends decided that this would be a good idea, with, according to them, Justice's friend having stolen some cars in the past. While walking along the side of the road looking for a victim, the two boys came across a good Samaritan, 17-year-old Jack Snyder. Jack felt bad for the two boys. It was after midnight and freezing outside, and asked them if they needed a ride. The two boys decided to take him up on his offer and hopped into his car. While driving along Battle Creek Avenue, Justice and his friend took this opportunity to pull the gun out and order Jack to pull over, demanding that he remove his keys from the ignition. As Jack exited his car and stood on the side of the road, Justice raised his gun and aimed it straight at him. At this point, according to the boys at least, Jack began to reach for the gun and seemed to be grabbing something from his jacket pocket. Justice, believing that he was pulling his own gun, decided to shoot him twice. At 12:10 a.m., Jack was found lying next to his car, deceased after being shot during the attempted carjacking. The EMTs tried to revive him there on the scene, but he had already been lying there in sub-zero temperatures while losing a lot of blood for quite some time. There just wasn't anything that they could do. The police, investigating the situation, made a statement during a press conference saying that Jack's desire to help people ended up leading to his death. The victim was trying to be a good Samaritan by giving them a ride with the cold temperatures. I do know that he resisted the carjacking. So again, he was trying to help out but wasn't just going to give over the car, they said. The cops did note that, in their own words, they had dealt with the two boys before, but they refused to elaborate on their criminal history. Justice Chimner was caught and arrested, while the other boy, the 13-year-old, later turned himself in. The police had recovered the gun at the scene, but they weren't able to say which boy had actually fired the weapon. Justice was charged with felony murder, carjacking, and 2 weapons-related violations. Due to the severity of what he had done and his criminal history, he's going to be tried as an adult. He's facing a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. The other boy has been charged with murder as well. His fate is a little more ambiguous at the moment, though. Jack Snyder's family thanked the police for bringing this whole thing to a quick and easy resolution. Jack's teachers held a candlelit vigil in his honor. Jack was well known at this school. He was an honor student, a well-rounded student athlete, and all around just a good kid. On Facebook, Jack's sister wrote, "Jack had a zest for life and made the world a better place with his care and love for everyone. He loved spending time with his family and friends. On behalf of my family and I, we want to thank every single person that has reached out and come to see us. I've heard from people that I haven't seen or heard from in years, and it shows how much support we have during this never-ending nightmare. My brother was 17. He was supposed to graduate this year, and these monsters took his future away from him. He was the smartest out of all of us. He was gonna leave this shitty place. He had the biggest heart. He cared so much for others." Many different hashtags, such as Justice for Jack, started circulating right after his death. A soccer tournament was planned in his honor, with the proceeds to go towards his family. Justice Chimner has decided to plead not guilty. He and his attorney asked for a preliminary trial and for the court to give him a cash bond. This preliminary trial was set for April, during which he was found competent to stand trial. Even so, his attorneys requested another psych evaluation. The date on which this evaluation will take place has yet to be determined. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. And here we have one that's absolutely insane. Mother playing chicken with her kids fatally strikes son with SUV, officials say. Here we have the tale of one of the worst mothers there could be. This particular mom, a 26-year-old woman named Lexus Stagg, was playing chicken with her toddler children. Chicken, if you don't know, is a game where you aim to get as close to doing something dangerous as possible without doing it. Ideally, you don't actually do that dangerous thing, you just get as close to it as you can without actually doing it. But, given the dangerous nature of the game, it's easy to slip up from time to time. On June 11th, Lexus decided to play chicken with her kids using her SUV, a 2006 Lincoln Navigator of all things, inching closer and closer to them without running over them in order to see who would bail out last. Surveillance footage showed that, right as the bumper of the car got a few inches away from the kids, Lexus threw the car into drive and accelerated further. This was when she hit her 3-year-old son, Lord Renfro, real name, with the right side of the vehicle. It didn't end there, though. Lexus fully ran over him with the back tire of the car. Lord was rushed to a nearby hospital in Houston, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. Prosecutors have said that originally Lexus simply told the police that the kid had run out in front of her car while she was trying to back up. She framed it as a complete accident, saying that she thought she hit a speed bump and nothing more. The surveillance footage quickly debunked this story, however. It was pretty clear that she drove in reverse for about 100 feet before hitting the kid. The police said the 2 other children were able to get out of the way, and tragically the younger child was not and was run over by 2 of her tires. I have never seen someone deliberately play with young children with a car. Eventually, the Harris County District Attorney's Office was able to hit Lexus Stagg with charges of criminally negligent homicide. On that charge, she faces up to 10 years in prison. The Harris County District Attorney said on the issue, "Every parent has an obligation to protect their children, even from themselves. Cars aren't toys, and playing chicken with your kids isn't a game. You should be playing peekaboo with a 3-year-old instead of forcing them to try and dodge a 5,600-pound deadly weapon." Child Protective Services pretty quickly removed the 2 other children from Lexus's custody and gave them to some family members where they're now staying. It's a bit telling that, as it turns out, this isn't even the first time that they were removed from her custody. It seems there was another incident that happened back in 2013 as well. Until her case is concluded, Lexus isn't to have any contact with any of her children. Her neighbors have said that this incident, although tragic, unfortunately did not come as a surprise, with one saying, "I felt bad because those parents, they were never there, they were kind of negligent." The prosecutors requested that Lexus be held on a $50,000 bond, but a magistrate judge ended up setting it at $1,500. She posted bond shortly after, dodging reporters on her way out and running back home. She'll be back in court shortly enough, though. At this point, it's unknown if she even has an attorney. And now we have, Ohio toddler dies after mom allegedly leaves child home alone for 10 days to go on vacation. It seems like month to month, a lot of the strange, shorter cases involve really horrible parents, and this is definitely one of those. Crystal Candelario, a 31-year-old mother out in Cleveland, Ohio, was arrested on June 18th and charged with murder. Crystal decided that she was going to go on vacation without her 16-month-old daughter. While most people would seek out a babysitter or maybe leave the kid with family, Crystal decided that her baby would be just fine on her own. She then left the baby by herself unattended while she traveled to Michigan and Puerto Rico. When she got back home on June 16th, she unsurprisingly found her young daughter unresponsive. The girl was extremely dehydrated, not having had any fluids in nearly 2 weeks. Once the EMTs came out, they pronounced the infant dead at the scene. There were no signs of trauma, but the cruelty was immediately apparent for other reasons. Her playpen and all of her blankets were completely soiled at this point, leaving her no choice but to lie down in the filth. Crystal was arrested on June 18th and charged with the murder of her own daughter. The investigators released a statement saying, simply, the child had been left alone and unattended for approximately 10 days and had subsequently died. Once news broke of the death, neighbors who had previously taken the girl came forward to say that they had watched her before and would gladly do it again. They were very confused and couldn't see why they weren't even asked. A 13-year-old neighbor who had previously watched after the young girl said, "Jalen really didn't deserve what happened to her. She was amazing and really adorable, and I miss her a lot." To add insult to injury, Crystal Candelario had actually been employed at an elementary school as well. Once news of her arrest broke, though, she was terminated from her position as a substitute. Crystal is currently being held in the Cuyahoga County Jail on a $1 million bond. So next up we've got, deputies accuse man of using Nintendo Duck Hunt pistol during robbery. How about a little bit of a palate cleanser after that last one? Here's a case that's more ridiculous and stupid than anything. This case involves a man out in South Carolina who was arrested when the authorities say that he tried to rob a convenience store with, get this, one of those old light guns from a Nintendo. You know, the kind that you used in Duck Hunt. This man, David Joseph D'Alessandro, was 25 years old and living in a small town in northwestern South Carolina. Lacking the gun necessary to perform a typical robbery, he decided he would take his Duck Hunt gun and spray paint it black. On May 30th, he walked into a quick stop convenience store while wearing a wig, a big hoodie, and a mask. He then showed the clerk the toy gun in his waistband and demanded he hand over what was in the register, about $300. It seems he got his money, but the police were called shortly after. David was caught chilling and hanging out in a Dollar General parking lot not too far away, with the gun controller still shoved into his pants. He was arrested and thrown into jail, held without any bond for the time being. He's facing charges of armed robbery with a deadly weapon and petty larceny. The weapon, although probably only actually deadly if you're an old-school pixel art duck, was presented as a deadly weapon and seems to be being treated as such. Very weird. Here's a pretty wordy headline. At Harvard Medical School, an abhorrent betrayal. Federal indictment accuses school's morgue manager of stealing, selling body parts. So here's a really dark one, a gross one even. A little while ago, a bunch of human body parts were being sold both via social media and at an actual real-life shop called Cat's Creepy Creations. These body parts had been stolen from Harvard Medical School, little by little over time. According to the feds, the school's morgue manager was the one who did the deed and stole and smuggled the body parts. A federal indictment shows that Cedric Lodge, a 55-year-old man, had been taking heads, brains, bones, skin, and more from all sorts of cadavers that had been donated to the school. He brought them back to his New Hampshire home where he and his wife, Denise, would sell them off online. Some of those who bought the body parts in order to resell were charged as well, hit with charges of trafficking human remains. One of these people was a woman named Katrina McLean, who had paid $600 for 2 human faces. She then went to sell them at her shop, Cat's Creepy Creations. Another man, Joshua Taylor, had sent Denise over $37,000 over a 3-year period. He was even stupid enough to list what these purchases were actually for, going as far as writing things such as head number 7 and brains on the payment receipts. This whole operation had apparently been going since back in 2018. The lodges had been pretty bold, even letting prospective buyers come out to the morgue and check out the merchandise before buying. It goes without saying that Cedric was fired from his position at the school after the dean called his actions an abhorrent betrayal. The dean described his actions as being morally reprehensible. And now we've got, loud fart gives away suspect's hiding spot, leads to arrest. Now, this is a Missouri case if I've ever heard one. I'm super excited to talk about this one. My own cousin actually sent it in to me, so you know it's going to be good. In Clay County, Missouri, the cops were tracking down a suspect when they decided to bust out the dogs in order to help with the search. The man they were trailing was wanted for possession of a controlled substance, so it's likely the dogs were going to be able to track him down. Unfortunately, these sniffer dogs were about to get a whiff of something they likely wouldn't enjoy. Or maybe they would, they are dogs after all. Interestingly enough, the dogs would prove to be unnecessary, as when they were searching for the suspect, he made his location known in a pretty different way. According to the police, originally this man was in a pretty good hiding spot, but apparently he let out a fart so loud that the police were able to determine his location pretty much immediately. Maybe it was nerves, who knows. This case was so unbelievable that it even has its own article on Snopes, who found it to be absolutely true. Being from Missouri, I didn't doubt it for a second. And now, COO of vegetarian food company bites man's nose. Here's a case that a lot of people will come to find hypocritical in immediately apparent ways. Douglas Ramsey, a 53-year-old man, was the chief operating officer of a company called Beyond Meat, one of the big vegan food giants. He was out in Fayetteville, Arkansas, viewing a local football game. Afterwards, he got into a fight with a man as he left a parking garage. Getting into a bit of road rage, he ended up confronting the other man. For some reason, he decided to bite him on the nose. In doing so, he ripped a good chunk of skin off the end of the other man's nose and was quickly arrested. Ramsey was left facing an interestingly named charge of terroristic threatening, along with one of third-degree battery. He paid his $11,000 bond and hopped right out of jail shortly after. Neither Ramsey nor the Beyond Meat company were willing to respond for comment afterwards. Understandably, it seems they were pretty embarrassed by the whole ordeal. After all, when a vegan bites someone's flesh off, the jokes kind of write themselves. And now, teenage car thief caught hiding in giant stuffed teddy bear, police say. For reasons that I'm sure a lot of you will probably understand, the idea of people hiding in big, cutesy dolls has become kind of a fear of mine ever since working on the Hello Kitty murders video. It definitely gives me a bit of a chill, and that's why this one stuck out to me. Well, and it's just stupid. In Manchester, England, a teenager was wanted for stealing a car and some fuel in Rochdale. The police were tipped off to an address in which he might be hiding and set off to check it out. When they went into the home to arrest him, they found that their suspect, 18-year-old Joshua Dobson, wasn't anywhere to be found. He was, however, still in the building. The police tracked his presence to a giant stuffed teddy bear. Joshua had somehow worked his way up into the inside of the doll. His location was given away when the police noted that this supposedly inanimate object was, well, breathing. They checked the doll out and found that their man was inside. The police, having a bit of fun with the case, sent out a statement saying that their suspect was stuffed behind bars, adding, "Hopefully he has a bearable time inside." And naked Florida man with machete accused of trying to steal another man's clothes. Now, where would we be in one of these compilation videos without a good Florida man story? Back in August, at around 10 a.m. one morning, a 34-year-old man was working as a fairground surveyor while another man named Brandon Wright was picking pimento berries out in the woods nearby. Once Brandon caught eye of the surveyor, he brandished a large, machete-type knife and jumped out of the woods, demanding the man's wallet, phone, and clothes. Brandon himself was completely butt-ass naked. The surveyor complied with his demands, not about to get stabbed by a crazy naked man from the forest. Despite this, Brandon chucked the machete at him anyway, along with a handful of the berries he had picked, before sprinting back into the woods into a white Dodge Challenger. Luckily, the man was only hit by the handle of the machete, leaving him very confused but completely uninjured. Brandon was later tracked down to a gas station in DeLand, still completely naked. In fact, the police only found him because so many people had reported that they saw a crazy naked man hanging outside of the gas station. A chopper then flew out and gave law enforcement updates on Brandon's location as they searched for him. The chopper told the police as they closed in on the parking lot, "He is naked, yelling at people in the parking lot, very animated." Right after, Brandon simply walked out into nearby traffic. The helicopter relayed, "He's now walking out into traffic, in the middle of traffic, yelling at people." But Brandon once again turned around and headed back to the gas station where he started doing push-ups in front of the entrance, for some reason. Then, when he saw the officers coming, he simply laid down on the ground and waited to be arrested. Brandon was taken into the Volusia County Jail on charges of attempted robbery with a deadly weapon, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. This wasn't his first rodeo either. Back in August of 2021, he was also involved in a similar incident, after which he was caught running around naked in the exact same area. He also had a lot of priors under his belt, including charges of false imprisonment, possession of cocaine, and battery on a law enforcement officer. Here's a little extra entry. I'll admit that I don't know what the crime here actually was, but this man was having an arraignment in court over Zoom. Let's just say that the judge didn't really like his username on the platform.
Then we'll bring this fool in. Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, you. Yes.
Nathaniel Saxon, sir.
Your name's not Buttfucker3000, you yo-ho. Logging into my court with that as your screen name.
Why
We'll
would that?
discuss that in a little bit. What kind of idiot logs into court like that? What's your name again?
Nathaniel Saxton, sir, but I don't believe that I typed anything like that in.
Well, that's what it says.
Why,
We'll
I
discuss
apologize.
that in a bit.
That should not be.
Yeah, you should. I'll put you in the waiting room. You can sit in limbo for a while and think about what you call yourself online.
Alright, so we've got body of missing crypto billionaire found chopped up in suitcase. Fernando Perez Algaba was a self-made crypto billionaire based in Miami, Florida in the US until he eventually moved out to Barcelona. He made most of his money by renting out luxury cars and selling crypto. He had no problem showing off exactly how rich he was on Instagram, where he had almost 1 million followers. Fernando decided to go out to Argentina, where he rented an apartment and stayed for about a week. He was supposed to return the keys to the owner on July 19th, but he never did show up. He never answered when the manager called him either. Because of this, the manager decided to report him missing. After being missing for more than a whole week, Fernando's body eventually was found stuffed into a suitcase near a river in Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina. Unfortunately, a group of children playing in the river were the ones who were forced to stumble upon the grisly scene. The kids reported back to their parents, who then informed the police shortly after. The police came out to find the suitcase containing Fernando's legs and a forearm. They found the other arm in the river soon after. After a few days, they found his head and torso as well. The police said that the body parts were clearly amputated by some sort of professional. After sending the body in for an autopsy, it was found that Fernando had been shot 3 times before being torn apart. They were only even able to identify the body as his by his fingerprints and some unique tattoos. The police have arrested 1 person in connection with the death. Being an active investigation, they haven't said much else beyond that. They're still looking into why he was killed, although they strongly suspect he was killed over some of his massive debts. And now, Berkeley High alum sentenced to 9 months in jail for massive CP hacking/extortion scheme. Out in Oakland, California, a 20-year-old former Berkeley High School student was recently arrested, charged, and pled no contest to charges of distributing photos of 13 naked people. Young people. The guy, Liam Bergman, had apparently hacked into a bunch of different Berkeley High School students' Snapchat accounts. Specifically targeting teen girls in order to find their spicier photos. Once he got the pictures, he started posting them to places like 4chan and Reddit using the username Will Conlow. He kept some of them to himself and used them to blackmail the victims. The police actually arrested him for this back in 2021 after linking him to a Kik account that contained over 130 video clips of CP. The age of the victims in those clips ranged from 3 years old to 12 years old. That's when they found that he also had pictures of students from El Cerrito High School, which led them to the pictures from Berkeley as well. Liam had well over 100 names, emails, Snapchat accounts, Instagram accounts, passwords, phone numbers, birth dates, and even addresses for all these people. This was all purely for the purpose of using their personal information to get into their accounts and steal their nudes. Upon initially being arrested in September of 2021, Liam was able to pay his $220,000 bail and go free. But then, this year, he showed up to court and pled no contest to 2 different misdemeanor counts, one being invasion of privacy and the other being distributing images of intimate body parts to cause distress. That charge included the names of all 13 of the victims. In exchange for pleading no contest, he was sent to Santa Rita Jail that same day in order to start serving a 9-month jail sentence. Liam Bergman is still in jail. It looks like he'll be able to cut his sentence in half if he stays on good behavior. Whenever he's released, he's going to be on house arrest for 3 months with an ankle bracelet before moving on to 3 years of probation. Now, New Mexico mother, 19, admits to tossing newborn into hospital trash can. As the title says, a 19-year-old woman in New Mexico, Alexi Trevizo, has recently admitted to hiding her freshly born baby in a trash can in the Artesia General Hospital bathroom. This is where he was later found deceased. The woman first arrived into the hospital complaining of back pain. The doctors then tested her for pregnancy and the results came back positive. She denied ever having had relations before, but that clearly was not the truth. When the baby was born, she went into the hospital bathroom for what was said to be quite a long time. Eventually, doctors were able to get in, where they found her cleaning a large amount of blood off the floor. When confronted by a doctor, being told that the baby was found inside the bathroom, she said, "I'm sorry, it came out of me and I didn't know what to do." Her mother, in the room with her, was shocked, responding with, "Lexi, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell the truth. Lexi, have you watched the news about what the girls do to their babies and they go to jail?" Alexi responded with, "I was scared. It was not crying or nothing." Angrily, her mother shot back with, "What did you do to it?" until the doctor stepped between them to prevent the situation from escalating any more than it already had. Alexi was charged with first-degree murder after the discovery. It's possible that she may be alternatively charged with abusing a child resulting in death and tampering with evidence instead. At first, the doctors had thought that she had snapped and done something to terminate the pregnancy herself. Then afterwards, a nurse came across the full-term child at the bottom of the garbage can, with the doctor saying, "She put the baby in the trash can and then another clean liner over the top of it. The baby is dead. She killed the kid." The New Mexico office of the medical investigator came to investigate the case and determined that they had a homicide on their hands. This didn't happen naturally. Alexi's attorney said that she had no criminal record and shouldn't be facing a murder charge. He said that there are major discrepancies about what had happened and that this isn't a classic child abuse sort of case. The attorney went on to say that a toxicology report showed that the baby had 0.19 nanograms of morphine in his system at birth, tested positive for COVID-19, influenza A and B, and apparently SARS as well. He said that Alexei was on birth control and had no reason to think that she was pregnant, and he claimed that she didn't know she was pregnant because she ate McDonald's so much that she just thought she was getting really fat really fast. Not even joking. He has blamed the death on Alexei getting too many drugs from the doctors, saying, "They gave her cyclobenzaprine, a muscle relaxer, acetaminophen, and morphine, which you are definitely not meant to give during labor." Alexei has been described by a classmate as a master manipulator, saying that she even named the child Alex before killing him. She said, "She knew she was pregnant and hid it from almost everyone." As this just happened, we don't really know what'll happen to Alexei from here on out, but stick with the channel to find out. Here we've got, man fires 30 rounds at his pool cleaner after mistaking him for a thief. And it's about that time again, a Florida case. Pinellas County, Florida to be exact. This is where a man is actually avoiding charges after firing 30 shots from his rifle at his own pool cleaner. The sheriff's office has said that the man, 57-year-old Bradley Hocevar, was chilling at home with his wife Jana on June 15th when they started hearing noises at around 9:15 p.m. They looked outside to see a man on their pool deck. This man was the pool cleaner, a man named Carl Polek, who came to clean the pool without notifying the family that he was going to be so late. Because of this, Bradley thought he was a home invader. The couple yelled at the man several times to get out of their yard, but it seems that Carl didn't hear them and continued doing what he was doing without reacting. Jana called 911 while Bradley went and grabbed his M4 carbine rifle from the bedroom. He took position behind the couch and aimed the gun at the man. The sheriff said, "All they know is that she clearly saw a guy out there, heard noise, saw the guy coming toward the window, the blinds are shut, he had yelled at the guy to go away, but the person was clearly still there. At that point, he saw a flashlight coming toward the doors as if the person with the flashlight was coming to the house. Then Bradley fired the gun. Carl was rushed to the hospital, amazingly only suffering a few minor injuries from the flying glass and shrapnel. None of the bullets had actually hit him. Even though he ran off after 2 shots, Bradley kept firing at nothing for well over a minute and a half until he completely emptied the entire 30-round magazine. Afterwards, the couple went out front and saw the pool cleaner's car, realizing what had really happened. Turns out that Carl was servicing the local pool so late at night because his company had gotten really behind and they were pretty desperate to catch up. His mistake was not knocking on the door or notifying the family in really any way before just showing up. In hindsight, he should have probably let them know that he was coming at 9 o'clock at night, yet he made no effort to contact them at all, said the police. After an investigation, the sheriff's office found that Bradley was acting lawfully, calling the whole ordeal an unfortunate set of circumstances, referring to the shooting as lawful but awful. Here's a weird one. Influencer dies at Chinese weight loss camp trying to lose 200 pounds. A 21-year-old social media influencer in China named Kuihua died recently while attempting to lose 200 pounds as fast as she possibly could at a weight loss camp. After gaining 9,000 followers on Douyin, China's version of TikTok, she decided to try the camp out. For this, she gained a lot of attention as obesity rates within China are actually climbing pretty rapidly. The camp in Xi'an claimed to offer a strict regimen of healthy eating, exercise, and rest. Kuihua's routine seemed to consist of mostly high-intensity cardio, rope swinging, and weightlifting. The problem is, she ate very little. Reportedly much less than what the camp was providing her, mostly eating only grain, cabbage, fruit, and eggs. She also tended to skip the rest portion of the camp, instead opting to exercise in the evening as well while live streaming. In 6 months, she did lose about 80 pounds, losing a whopping 52 in the first 2 months alone. Over time, though, it seemed that she was struggling to perform. Soon after, all of her exercise clips online were privated. Then, Kuihua showed up to the hospital, complaining that she felt sick after working out. Shortly after, she passed away. The exact cause of death is still unclear, though. Needless to say, though, this immediately brought accusations against the weight loss camp, with people saying that they knowingly had pushed her too far. Her family, though, doesn't blame the camp for her death, only saying, "We hope that people won't be misguided by malicious individuals for their entertainment, which could harm parents and family. Let our child rest in peace. Thank you. It didn't happen at the training camp. Please don't cyberbully any more training camps. It's over. We don't want to be sad." Their statement really didn't do much to deter people from harassing the camps, though. Kuihua is far from the only person to be injured at one of these camps, although the vast majority of them don't go on to die from it. A lot of the injured attendees from across China end up with rhabdomyolysis, which is a problem where the muscle tissues release toxins into the blood. And here, Florida man accused of severely beating man who was in bed with his wife. Did you really think I'd just stop at one Florida man case? County. This is where a man was accused of beating another man with a baseball bat after finding him in bed with his wife. The police were called out to the couple's apartment after getting word about an armed domestic dispute. Once they got there, they found the whole place covered in blood with very apparent streaks on the floor leading into the bathroom. A man was found, heavily injured, and taken into the hospital in critical condition. The victim told them that he and his co-worker, the man's wife, had spent the night getting drinks before coming back to the place, which was being rented as an Airbnb. The wife told the police that she had simply only been lying down in bed with her co-worker, just resting up, when her husband, 33-year-old John Dimmig, came in through the front door with a baseball bat in hand. She said he began hitting the man with the bat repeatedly while screaming something along the lines of, "Don't ever come near my wife again." However, it seems he really underestimated the amount of damage he did, as the man was now unable physically to get away from his wife. The man was pretty sure he was going to die. It wasn't hard for the detectives to find John, as he simply just went back to his home in Lake Park. He told the investigators that he had been there all day and that he definitely didn't hit anyone with a bat. But the surveillance footage from the apartment and the bloody, ripped-up t-shirt in his home told them that this story wasn't likely very true. John's facing charges of attempted murder, aggravated battery, and burglary with assault or battery. Now here's a pretty long headline. Two brothers, 15 and 16, and their friend 16, who were killed in possible stand-your-ground case in Georgia, entered the homeowner's yard wearing masks and shot at him before he returned fire. Here's another stand-your-ground case kinda similar to the Florida one. This one took place in Georgia just recently after an attempted robbery failed spectacularly. This time though, it wasn't just a misunderstanding. The perpetrators were three teenagers who did have ill intent. Isaiah Reed, age 16, and Jamie Hernandez, age 15, and a 16-year-old friend that has gone unnamed, pulled up to a home in Conyers at 4 a.m. wearing masks. They approached the home and tried to rob three people from the front yard. One of the teenagers pulled out a handgun and fired a few shots at the people inside the home. This is when one of the people inside the house returned fire. All three people inside the house were uninjured, but all three of the teens ended up getting shot and all of them ended up dying as a result. One of them died then and there, while the other two died at the hospital shortly after. Police found two of their guns at the scene. So far, the homeowner who shot the boys hasn't been arrested and hasn't been charged with any sort of crime. Their next-door neighbor said that the guy is a pretty stand-up individual, saying, "He is a truck driver and his mother lives down there by herself. They're beautiful people. They mind their own business, but they'll do anything for anyone in the community. That's just the way they are." The relatives of the three boys are unhappy, though. They're questioning the circumstances surrounding the whole ordeal, with two of the boys' aunts saying, "I hope that someone can come forward and let us know what's going on, because this is, like, devastating to my family. There are three teens that are dead now, and we all love them." The police say that an investigation is still ongoing, although neighbors have corroborated the story that this was a failed attempt at a robbery. This is still being looked at as a stand-your-ground type of case. Given that the people in the home feared for their lives as they were being shot at, they were able to use any force necessary to protect themselves. And now, woman, 87, fed her home invader. Here's a pretty weird case in which not only did an old lady fight off a home invader, she also decided to feed him before letting him go. It's probably the most old lady thing I've ever heard. So, 87-year-old Marjorie Perkins was asleep at her home when she woke up to the horrific sight of a stranger standing over her. He had squeezed in through the gap between the window air conditioner unit and the wall. He told her, "I'm going to cut you." Upon hearing that, she figured that she would either have to fight him off or die. She jumped out of bed and put her shoes on as fast as she could, hoping to make a run for it when the teenage intruder pushed her up against the wall. She grabbed a nearby chair and hit him with it. He landed one punch on her forehead. This was when the attacker decided it wasn't worth it and made a break for the kitchen. There, he told her that he hadn't eaten in a long time, for some reason. So she decided to pull out some crackers, peanut butter, tangerines, and protein shakes. As the kid started eating, she called 911 on her rotary phone. Before the cops could even get there, the kid had jumped up and ran out of the house. However, one of the police dogs were able to pick up his scent and track him down just a couple blocks away. The cops charged him with burglary, criminal threatening, assault, and consuming liquor as a minor. It turned out that this 17-year-old was actually a kid that had mowed Marjorie's lawn for her when he was younger. She said about him, "He did a darn good job. I hope he gets help." Marjorie now makes sure to lock her doors before going to sleep. She also secured her air conditioner into the window much more tightly as well. Her neighbor gave her a baseball bat as a gift, just in case. Now we've got man who fondled feet in Tahoe arrested. Another foot fondling guy? Alright. Looks like a man in California snuck into some Lake Tahoe vacation condos and started fondling women's feet in the early hours of the morning by getting in through unlocked screen doors. This man was a 26-year-old named Mark Anthony Gonzalez. After doing this for a while, he was ultimately caught and arrested. He was hit with both burglary and battery charges. The authorities, after investigating, came to a conclusion, saying, once inside, he positioned himself at the foot of the bed and rubbed the feet of 2 separate adult females. They said that both of the victims were able to wake up, confront him, and scare him off. Neither woman actually knew the other, it was completely random. Mark was pretty known in the area and suspected of some other crimes. These included trespassing, stealing women's shoes, and what the police called self-gratification while doing so. God, imagine waking up to that just all over your feet, like you just stepped in a mayonnaise jar. Why the fuck did I say that? Over time, Mark's crimes had been escalating in nature. He's being held in Merced County Jail on a $50,000 bond until he can get extradited back to Nevada. The police say that, hopefully, this arrest can make some vacationers feel more safe in the area. They also reminded everyone once more to make sure their doors are locked. And here we've got, Horseman of the Year Shot a Horse. You might think that that title really sums the whole thing up, but it's actually quite a bit weirder than that. So, a 75-year-old man in North Carolina named John Russell had been called the Horseman of the Year by Carolina's Show Hunter Hall of Fame for his dedication to the horses he worked with. John has been called a legendary horse trainer in the area. Now, the tables have turned dramatically, and John is facing several felony charges after police say that he shot a horse. It's worse than you think, though. He wasn't aiming for the horse. He was aiming for his son that was riding the horse after just having an argument with him. That's where the multiple felonies come from. You do have one for cruelty to animals, but then you have another for assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill. A spokesperson for the sheriff's department said, when deputies arrived, they found several people on the property and determined that a dispute happened between Russell and his son, resulting in gunfire and the death of a horse that the son had been riding. The son has declined to comment on what had happened, but some neighbors say that John wasn't really taking good care of himself as he was getting up in years. John Russell was released on a $90,000 bond, and his lawyers say that he has plans to plead not guilty. I guess we'll see how that goes. And now, he tried to rob the nail salon, it didn't quite work. Here we've got another robbery gone wrong, but not really in the violent sense. Usually when someone goes into a building with what appears to be a gun and yells for everyone to get down, they comply. Not this time though. At a nail salon in Georgia, the robber busted into the store and started making demands for money. However, nobody really cared. They just kinda stared at him. As he yelled, "Give me the money, where's the money?" everyone in the store stared at him blankly. The robber started to feel a little bit awkward and wander around the front of the store aimlessly. An employee working the register just looked at him before the phone rang. He answered the phone and started talking to the person on the other line before walking off. One woman did attempt to leave, and the robber did take her phone. She left the place but waited right outside. The frustrated amateur burglar then left as well, saying a few words to the woman as she stood out there, then casually walked off as the woman re-entered. While the salon's owner was a bit scared, he did his best to keep everyone calm and relaxed, and it seems to have worked. The would-be robber, though, still hasn't been caught. It's said that he sped away in some sort of silver car. If you do know who he was, there's a $2,000 reward for any information that might lead to his arrest. First off here, we have teen mom who tossed live newborn in trash compactor now facing capital murder charge. So as that says, there's an 18-year-old woman who's facing some serious jail time in Alabama after police say she threw her baby into a trash compactor. On August 13th, Jakayla Williams gave birth at her home without telling any of her friends or family. Once she did, she took the baby out to the Southeast Health Medical Center, which was the hospital closest to her, and left it there. Having a kid is something that's fairly hard to hide, so it wasn't too long before her parents found out that she had given birth. Surprisingly, they didn't even know she was pregnant beforehand. It's pretty telling that immediately the family was concerned for the well-being of the baby and wanted to take it into their care. Jakayla went back to the hospital about a month later with a family member in order to reclaim the baby. Hospital staff called the police once they arrived as they were very confused. They didn't remember anyone ever leaving a child with them. That's something they would have likely remembered. Once police went over the security camera footage, they never were able to prove that Jakayla even went to the hospital in the first place. Staff at Southeast Health have said that if she actually would have taken the baby to the hospital, they would have accepted it with no questions asked. Everything was getting more and more suspicious. In reality, after giving birth, Jakayla had exited her apartment and went over to the dumpster. She wrapped her baby in a fitted sheet, placed it into a duffel bag, zipped it up, and then tossed it in. This particular dumpster had a built-in trash compactor that went off every once in a while, so it was inevitable what was going to happen. Jakayla, when confronted by the police, said to the investigators that she simply didn't want to be a mother at such a young age and that having a baby would, in her own words, cost too much money. The body of the baby was found in a landfill, spotted inside a load of garbage. Upon speaking to reporters, despite being a 27-year-old veteran on the force, the local police chief got a bit emotional, saying, "In all my years of law enforcement, I've never heard of anything so horrific as this. It shocks the mind, it shocks the soul. I don't even know what else to say about it." Jakayla is now being held at the Dothan County Jail. She wasn't given any bail. Some people have come out and said that the abortion bans in Alabama were what led to this case, but it never has been proven whether or not Jakayla actually wanted to terminate the pregnancy and just wasn't able to. So it may have been a factor, or may not have been. Jakayla may very well end up facing the death penalty for what she did, but it's up to the prosecutors whether or not they want to go down that path. But Alabama is known for sentencing more people to death than any other US state, and people don't take too kindly to the killing of infants. And now, man sentenced to 45 years in prison for killing former classmate whose remains were burned over some marijuana and a couple $100. At Cypress Lakes High School, two boys became friends, Jose Varela and Zuhair Kaleem. They remained pretty good friends after high school. Zuhair was now a Lone Star College student and had plans to go on to the University of Houston. However, he wasn't so squeaky clean. Zuhair would periodically go over to Jose's house to buy some weed. April 27th, 2019. This all went bad one day when Zuhair arrived at Jose's house and went into the garage to make a deal. Another man was there, Eric Aguilar, who closed the garage and began negotiations. The negotiations evidently didn't go over too well. While we can't know exactly what happened, the deal ended up with Zuhair Kaleem being shot dead. Despite being good friends, Jose had just killed Zuhair over a little bit of weed and $100. Jose and Eric then took Zuhair's body out to Grimes County and burned it. Then they took his car all the way out to Mexico and abandoned it. It wasn't too long before Zuhair's family filed a missing persons report. They weren't used to him ever being gone this long without contacting them. His father said, "It's just like, what happened really though? We know where he's going to, a friend, where he's going to eat, where he's going to visit a place. It's just unusual for him to be gone that long." Zuhair's brothers decided to take matters into their own hands and look for their brother. They were able to at least get onto the computer and find out who Zuhair had last spoken to before disappearing. This, of course, led them to Jose, but at the moment there wasn't really anything they could do with that information. This was until 1 year later. This was when Zuhair's burned body was found in a shallow grave. As it was before, everything came back to Jose. The now 24-year-old man was arrested. A few years passed, and just recently he pled guilty to the murder charges and was sentenced to 45 years in prison. The district attorney said, "This was a premeditated murder that left the family questioning what happened to their loved one for more than a year. With help from the victim's family and great police work, we were able to get justice in this horrible case." Then Eric was sentenced to life in prison without parole as well. It seems that one other man was involved in some way, Austin Walker. His trial is still pending. Yet one more guy, the man who owned the property where the remains were found, admitted to helping bury the body. He was charged with tampering as well. The Kaleem family has set up a fundraiser in Zuhair's name, one that would build a water filtration plant in Pakistan so that he can continually help people in need from the other side. Link to that in the description if you're interested. Here we've got teenage girl and adult suspect who sparked Amber Alert are now both charged with murdering a young man. Here we have a weird case where a missing girl who originally triggered an Amber Alert was eventually charged with murder along with another young man. Natalie Navarro, a 17-year-old girl, went missing. She was last seen on Wood Meadow Parkway in Dallas. After nobody heard from her for a while, she was officially reported missing. This triggered that original Amber Alert that got people scrambling to find her. The police said that a young man, 21-year-old Yordi Jordi Martinez, the actual name, was the main suspect in her disappearance. However, the angle of this case would soon change dramatically. One day later, the police announced that Natalie was both fine and had been taken into police custody. What seemed like happy news at first definitely turned out not to be. Natalie and Yordi had both been linked to the murder of a young man, Arturo Pena. This all came about when the police in Garland were called out to the Audubon Park area after getting a call about a man passed out inside a vehicle. Once the cops arrived, they found that he wasn't merely unconscious, he had been shot. They soon discovered his identity, realizing that he was also yet another missing person who had been reported recently. The police haven't said exactly how they found out Natalie and Yordi were behind this, but they seem fairly certain. What they aren't certain about is who exactly pulled the trigger. They aren't even sure on the motive or how exactly they all came to know each other. The police said, "The reason why this happened, we've yet to totally determine that. We hope to get more when we talk to Natalie and see exactly what was going on, if these persons knew each other, if they had a relationship, if there was a falling out." While Natalie has been taken in, Yordi managed to escape. Now the police fear that he might have even fled to Mexico. It turns out that he has quite the rap sheet, including a felony indictment for firing a gun into someone's house in Garland last year. The police are still looking for him. They describe him as having black hair, brown eyes, weighing 120 pounds, being 5'7" inches. It's also notable that he's missing one of his front teeth. I guess we'll have to see where this case goes. And now, Florida man injected opioid chemical agent under family's door. Come on guys, you had to have known this was coming. I mean, it's an absolute tradition at this point, so here I am with the essential Florida man case. This all started when a family, Umar Abdullah and his pregnant wife, moved into a new condominium. They met all their neighbors and soon enough their daughter was born. Everything was going great, an American dream, everyone happy. That was until it all hit the fan. The family's downstairs neighbor, a man named Shuming Lee, was texting Umar and complaining about the noise upstairs. In the text, he said that he couldn't sleep, strangely remarking that he, quote, could hear the toilet seat being moved. After a few months of this annoying and weird texting, both Umar and his wife started getting sick of it, both figuratively and literally. They started feeling groggy, queasy, and were even vomiting from time to time. It was a sickness that they just couldn't seem to shake off. Umar said about his baby daughter, "I look at my daughter, her eyes full of tears. She was not crying, but her eyes were full of tears." Umar had a family friend over one day to take care of the place while the family went on a trip. This friend said that she could smell chemicals as soon as she entered the home to bring in a package. She said it smelled somewhat like nail polish remover. It was likely that the Abdullah family had gradually gotten used to the smell. However, once they came back from vacation, they noticed it too. Not quite knowing what was going on, Umar called an air conditioning repair place, but they said nothing was wrong. He tried the water heater, but that was fine as well. It had actually just been replaced. They checked the vents, the air ducts, everything. They even called the fire department and they couldn't find anything wrong. Umar was at his wit's end. He, in his own words, started sniffing the place like a dog, trying to find out what was going on. All ideas exhausted, Umar began to remember his annoying dick of a downstairs neighbor. Seeing a little crack in the frame of his door that he noticed someone might be able to leak chemicals into, he decided to place a hidden camera outside. Umar said, even during war, the worst enemies do not attack the opponent, the other party, with chemicals, furious that his daughter was sick all over again. He went to check the camera and see what was going on. There he saw Shuming crouching in front of the door, but it was unclear what he was actually doing, so Umar adjusted the angle just a little bit. The next time he caught it on tape, Shuming was sticking a syringe into a crack in the door frame. The family got out of there and called the police. Shuming Lee was arrested and charged with an array of felonies, like possession of a controlled substance and burglary. A test found that the chemicals consisted of methadone and hydrocodone, opioids. Shuming was a chemistry student but had quit school, so this added up. Shuming has pled not guilty to all the charges. The Abdullah family is back to being happy, celebrating their daughter's first birthday. They definitely plan to look for a new condo, though. This one is, man allegedly shot and killed woman he loved, hid her body in attic, and planned to move remains in rental car because it was emitting foul smell. Here we have a very unique looking gentleman in Las Vegas who is facing some very serious charges related to murder. This is James Gino III, a very tatted up 50-year-old man. James and his girlfriend, who has remained unnamed, apparently got into quite the argument. That's putting it a little bit lightly. This was a very large argument. James was destined to be a pretty bad partner. He had a criminal record showing instances of battery, domestic violence with serious bodily harm, possession of a stolen vehicle, battery causing substantial harm, coercion, and owning or operating premises on which illegally obtained motor vehicles are altered, destroyed, disassembled, reassembled, or stored for certain purposes. Quite a list. He was also known to have a terrible temper and a pretty gnarly crystal meth habit. A witness who apparently lived with the couple heard the two arguing and decided to leave the home to go out and gamble a little. During this argument, James' mother even stepped in and tried to calm the two down. It didn't work, as he even threatened to shoot her. Then James snapped and shot his girlfriend at least 12 times. The witness came back to the home a few hours later, only to find the girlfriend lying naked on the floor, bullet holes all over her chest. The witness then bailed out of the home, only to return the next day. "I killed the woman I loved," James told him bluntly. James then threw her body into the attic. A few days later, James decided to move the body out into a rental car he was using because it was really starting to stink up the house. Then he couldn't even use the car because of the smell. It seems that he didn't really think his plans through, and it's kind of unclear what his end game was even going to be. Then the cops received a call that they had a homicide on their hands near Desert Inn Road and Eastern Avenue. They were told that there was a possible injured person on Golden Arrow Drive. They were in for a shocking surprise. There they found James, right there with the dead woman. They soon determined that James was both her lover and her killer. They took him in for questioning, but he refused to talk to the police. They booked him into the Clark County Detention Center on charges of open murder. This is another one, we'll just have to see where it goes. Now we've got California shop owner shot dead over LGBTQ+ pride flag displayed at the store. Alright, time for a hellish comment section once again. This all started when a confrontation broke out about a pride flag being placed in a window display outside of a clothing store called Magpie in Cedar Glen, California. At this particular clothing store, a man entered into the shop and started making snarky remarks about the flag hanging in the window. He then started to cut down the flag while arguing with the store owner, Laura Ann Carlton. After yelling out a slew of slurs, he then took out a gun and shot Laura dead then and there. Then he ran off. This killer was a 27-year-old man named Travis Ikaguchi. After running away on foot, the sheriff's deputies soon found him running around about a few miles away from the scene of the crime. He was armed with a 9mm handgun, which he aimed at the police. He refused to drop the weapon despite being ordered to, and then he fired at them. Luckily, he missed and the police fired back, killing him on the spot. None of the police officers were injured. However, Laura was pronounced dead on the scene. The gun used in the crime wasn't even registered to Travis, and he wasn't licensed to concealed carry either. He had been reported missing by his family in the few days leading up to the crime, but he wasn't really on the police's radar, and they weren't taking it seriously. I mean, he was a 27-year-old man after all. Travis's social media activity was reviewed after the incident, with people finding that he made statements criticizing the LGBT community very often on Twitter, I'm not going to call it X, and some app called Gab. In one post, Travis shared a photo of a burning rainbow flag and commented, "We need to stop compromising on this LGBT dictatorship and not let them take over our lives." He later added a caption saying, "Who else has the courage to post this and feel no shame of it?" Not only did he hate that community, he also posted a lot of content that revealed he held a lot of contentment for law enforcement as well. Laura, who her family calls Lori, is survived by her husband and 9 children. Here we've got, Florida woman doused herself in Mountain Dew to erase DNA. So you can't really have imagined that I would stop at only one Florida man case. Well, actually this one isn't a Florida man case though, it's a Florida woman case, but we're very equal opportunity here on this channel. In Daytona Beach, Florida, a 35-year-old woman named Nicole Max went and killed her 79-year-old roommate, a man named Michael Carasoli. It seems that she stabbed him multiple times. A Daytona Beach police officer was flagged down by a witness reporting a house fire on Clark Street. Once the firefighters got there, they put out the fire and found a man lying motionless on the floor. Upon checking, they found out that he had died. They found signs of blunt force trauma to the back of his head and multiple stab wounds across his chest. He clearly hadn't died from the fire. Further inside the house, the police came across a bloody knife in the bedroom. They also found some blood on the wall next to the bedroom closet. They posted a bulletin listing Nicole as a person of interest in the case, being that she was the roommate and was nowhere to be found. At about 3:30 p.m. that same day, another police officer found Nicole at a restaurant in Holly Hill. She wasn't wearing shoes and appeared to still have blood on the side of one of her legs. It also appeared that a piece of her shirt had been torn off. That area of the shirt also had a little bit of blood spatter. Once the officer began to close in on her, she dropped both a knife and a hammer that she was concealing. They took her down to the station for some questioning. Once the police started questioning her, she told her version of the events. The problem is, her story changed multiple times between different interviews and different police officers. Nicole even denied knowing the victim at all, saying she didn't live in that home and that she was actually homeless. She denied having both the hammer and the knife, despite having been clearly seen dropping them both. Later on, she at least admitted to being the roommate, but she said that she hadn't been home or even seen the victim that day. Once it came to the knife and hammer, she eventually admitted to carrying those too, but she said that she had a habit of carrying those sorts of tools with her every day. When asked about the fire, she completely shut down and started to appear annoyed. At that point, she requested an attorney. The police took her out to the patrol car. This was when they revealed to her that they would be taking a DNA sample. Nicole panicked and asked the police for a drink. They had a Diet Mountain Dew on hand, so they gave that to her. She held on to the soda for a while but wasn't drinking it. Noticing this, the cop decided to take the can back. This was when Nicole opened the can and poured it all over her body and all over her hair. For some reason, she felt that this would ruin any sort of DNA test. When the cops tried to get her to stop throwing Mountain Dew all over their car, she started kicking them. They went ahead with the DNA test, and surprise surprise, it matched the DNA on the knife found at the scene. Nicole was thrown into Volusia County Jail on charges of first-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and resisting arrest with violence. She has entered a plea of not guilty on all charges. Her attorney requested that a doctor examine her mental competence before she stands trial. She remains in jail without bond. Now we have United Airlines pilot charged in bizarre axe attack caught on video. Here's a really weird one that took place out at the Denver airport, which is known for its creepy statues and paintings that have led to all sorts of conspiracy theories. And I got corona there, so I have a vendetta against the place. In this case, a United Airlines pilot completely snapped. The man, Kenneth Henderson Jones, said that he, quote, just hit his breaking point. Kenneth was trying to leave the parking lot, but there were about 6 cars in line at each of the 3 gates. This parking lot has been said to have a lot of issues, as most people just don't bother to get the proper permits. Jones got pretty pissed at the line. The 63-year-old pilot whipped out a pretty big axe of all things and started chopping at one of those barriers at the gate of the parking area. He hit the gate about 20 times until he knocked it off the base, causing about $700 in damage. Unfortunately for him, it was all caught on video. An employee saw what happened and confronted Kenneth. This resulted in a small scuffle as he tried to take the axe away from him. Once a second employee came over and joined in, the pilot finally dropped the axe and surrendered. While there was a struggle, nobody ended up actually being injured. Kenneth ended up being slapped with a charge of misdemeanor criminal mischief. Sooner or later, he's going to have to appear in the Adams County Court for an arraignment. Various news media outlets have attempted to contact Kenneth to get his side of the story to no avail. He hasn't responded to anyone. The communications manager for United Airlines has said he was removed from the schedule and is on leave while United conducts an internal investigation. He wouldn't provide any further messages. Kenneth has no prior arrest record in Colorado. And now, Denver will pay $300,000 to pilot who stood naked in front of airport hotel window. Denver Airport and United Airlines, you canceled my flight and made me sick. I'm not gonna let this go. I hate you. So here's another Denver airport story. So one morning at the airport hotel out in Denver, another United Airlines pilot, a man named Andrew Collins, woke up and decided to throw open those curtains and enjoy the nice view from his 10th floor room. While completely naked, he walked around his hotel room and participated in some business calls. While walking around with his junk swinging in the wind, a witness called the police and said that a naked man was acting inappropriately. Andrew didn't feel that he was doing anything wrong by being naked in his own hotel room, saying, "That didn't mean I was standing there doing any lewd behavior, I just had an expectation of privacy." He said that he's had to stay at over 2,000 hotels over the years and that all of them had at least tinted or mirrored windows, so he assumed that this one did too. Either way, he was arrested on charges of indecent exposure. His attorneys immediately asserted that the police had gone too far, noting that they didn't even have a warrant to break into his hotel room. They said, a respected family man and outstanding veteran aviator, Captain Collins, was the victim of an unjustified and warrantless entry into his hotel room, followed by an arrest and days of miserable incarceration. Eventually, the case against Andrew was dismissed. However, all throughout the ongoing case, he was suspended from his job for over half a year. Given that this impacted his livelihood and, in turn, his entire family, the city of Denver agreed to pay him $300,000 in compensation. His attorney said that, while the city has paid for violating his constitutional rights, the hotel never did. They said the DIA West End needs to make changes to warn hotel guests that the interiors of its hotel rooms do not afford privacy but are in fact visible to unseen people far away in the Denver International Airport terminal. The DIA West End should take responsibility for its own behavior on September 20th, 2018 and take the appropriate steps to make sure that what happened to Captain Collins never happens to another customer. And now, frustrated pilot draws massive penis in sky after being diverted. Alright, so how about one more crazy airline-related story? In this one, a pilot left onlookers laughing as he pulled quite the crazy stunt. A Lufthansa pilot was heading to Sicily from Frankfurt in July until he was suddenly no longer allowed to land and diverted to Malta. Given this sudden change, he was forced to stay in the air for a little while and wait for an opportunity to land. What did he do? Well, he drew a big old phallus up in the sky with his motions. People looking at flight radar saw the shape and immediately broke out in hysterics. While some Italian reports have said that he did indeed draw this shape on purpose, other officials have told Euronews that it was merely just an accident. Just a bit of coincidence as he flew around in wait. People on Twitter love the shenanigans, with some people writing comments such as, "If I was on the plane, I would love to have a pilot like this," and "justified use of company property." Some even commented, "looks more like a Pink Panther face," which I guess, but I seriously doubt that was the intention. Funny thing is, this isn't even the first time a pilot has pulled something like this. Just last year, another aircraft near a Russian naval base in Syria also decided to dick around in the sky for a while. In that case as well, officials stated that it wasn't intentional, as unlikely as that seems. Here we have, man strangled 7-year-old brother, told 911 he did it to prove that he is not God. Now this is a case that is both extremely tragic and extremely weird. A 27-year-old man in Minnesota was recently arrested after he admitted to strangling his 7-year-old little brother and making several phone calls to the authorities himself, claiming that he did it all for the greater good. Emergency services arrived to the home in an area about 15 miles southwest of Minneapolis. The home turned out to be the home of the siblings' parents. They first came across Dalal Bail Id, who told them that he had mental issues. He told officers, "I'm afraid my mother might try to kill me because I've done something that may have her want to kill me." So they took him to the hospital for evaluation. Then the police returned to the home to actually look around. This is where they came across 2 kids, unharmed and sleeping. But then they came across Abdusali Adad Gel, unconscious and not breathing. They did as well as they could to save his life, rushing him to the hospital, but unfortunately he passed away shortly after arriving. Authorities have said that he showed signs of having been asphyxiated. An autopsy went on to prove that this was very likely the case, with his injuries being consistent with strangulation. Dalal was arrested and taken into custody, charged with a count of second-degree murder in the killing of his brother, Abdullahi. The emergency services reviewed the series of weird phone calls that Dalal had made to them. In some, he said, "I just did something, but I don't know what I did." In others, he said, "I don't want to say if I've harmed anyone." But then in even more calls, he said that, yes, he had harmed someone, but he did it for the greater good. His reasoning being, in his own words, "God told me to do something to prove that I'm not God." Dalal had previously been convicted on charges of assault and aggravated robbery, pleading guilty back in 2014. After, he was sentenced to 103 days in a state correctional facility. We'll just have to wait and see what kind of jail or mental hospital he ends up in this time, and for how long. And now, Dad admits to getting runner's high from abusing his newborn. It seems like the weird cases involving awful parents just keep coming and coming lately. Some months I even have to choose not to cover too many because it's just too much, and this is one of the worst ones. In this case, a father in Wisconsin has been telling police that he is triggered by his 2-month-old son's crying, saying that he gets something similar to a runner's high after he inflicts pain on him in revenge. Officers were alerted to a suspicious call from Anina Hospital when a baby was brought in on September 7th with a good amount of bruising all over his body, suffering from brain bleed. His retina had a lot of hemorrhaging consistent with head trauma. The 2-month-old had actually just been released from the NICU shortly before all of this started happening. The son, identified only as V1, was born 2 months premature and had to spend 47 days in the hospital before he was able to go home. He was soon back in the hospital only 9 days later, suffering from these injuries. The injuries were so severe that he was flown to Milwaukee Children's Hospital for treatment. His father, Michael Ormond, couldn't stand him from the beginning, fully admitted that he had thoughts of hurting him ever since bringing him home from the hospital. Anytime he was alone with him after he was released, he would hurt him. He would pinch his toes whenever he would cry. Pinching moved on to squeezing, and then it got even more out of control from there. Michael told officers that he had taken his anger out on his son twice on the day that he was taken to the hospital. He spanked him 3 times in the morning, then started squeezing and shaking him later on in the day before, as he described, setting him down too hard. Michael flatly told the police that he has anger issues and that his son's crying triggers him. He told them that, when he takes his anger out on his son, he gets what he feels like a runner's high. He then admitted that he treated his 2 daughters the exact same way when they were babies, saying that it's all okay because he only has issues with kids up until the 9-month point, then he's fine. Michael Ormond, 39 years old, has been charged with 2 counts of child abuse, 1 charge of intentionally causing great bodily harm, and 1 of intentionally causing harm, according to court documents. He was thrown into jail, hit with a $50,000 cash bond. He was ordered to have no contact with his kids or their mother from here on out. The media has attempted to reach out to Michael and his attorneys to no avail. Michael is set to appear in court any time now. He's facing 28 years in prison with an additional 18 years of supervised release. Let's hope he gets the maximum sentence he can get, whatever that may be. Alright, here we have: woman is arrested for attack on couple who were doing inappropriate stretches by a swimming pool. It seems like we're taking a break from Florida man for a while. Florida woman seems to be the hip new thing, and I haven't really been disappointed yet. Here we have a case where a woman, 41-year-old Amanda Ferragamo, was hanging out at the pool one night at Lady Lake in Sumner County, Florida. This was when she spotted 2 people doing what she felt was something very inappropriate: stretching. She felt that this stretching was far too inappropriate for human eyes to see and decided to take matters into her own hands. She walked up to the male and female and started cussing at them. This was when she shoved and punched the female stretcher. She then accused them of the aforementioned inappropriate stretching and chewed them out even further. The police were soon called, with officers arriving on the scene at about 2:30 a.m. They said, the female victim then stated that the defendant accused them both of doing inappropriate activities and began to shove her and smacked her across the face. The female victim has a red mark on her face indicating she was hit as well. The male victim told the deputies, "She fucking attacked us. She's pissed." While the names of the victims or the location of the pool haven't been made public, the police have said that Amanda and the male victim are, quote, linked, only saying that Amanda was involved in a previous domestic incident. She didn't have any charges prior to this, however. Amanda was thrown into the Sumner County Detention Center and held without bond, but she has since walked free. She's expected to go to trial fairly soon at Sumner County Court, but so far no date has been set. And now, woman shot, killed boyfriend playing game with handguns. So why stop at only one Florida woman case? I mean, that's just not gonna be enough, and you know, the weirder and dumber the better. This one takes place out in Hollywood, Florida. This is where a 26-year-old woman from Naples has been charged with manslaughter after shooting her boyfriend while playing a game with her handgun. According to the arrest warrant issued by the police, Brittany Ann Brothers was involved in a reckless and deadly shooting on September 2nd at a Hollywood home. It seems that Brittany called 911 herself, reporting that her boyfriend had been shot, telling the police that, quote, she had money and would pay anything for her boyfriend to be okay. The officers arrived to find the man lying unresponsive in front of a dresser with Brittany holding his head up. The fire rescue medics rushed him to Memorial Regional Hospital. Detectives took Brittany down to the station for an interview. On the way, she asked, "Damn, what did I do?" saying that her boyfriend was definitely going to hate her after all of this. One detective stated, "At no time during the interview did Brothers admit to shooting her boyfriend, but alluded that he would hate her because his face was injured and she hoped he would forgive her." Brittany told detectives that she and her boyfriend owned a few guns, saying that they would often play a game in which they would, in her own words, point their guns at each other. Brittany did admit that she knew you shouldn't play with guns. She said that it wasn't her idea and that she shouldn't have played along. The detective added, "Brothers informed me she was sitting on the bed and her boyfriend was standing at the foot of the bed leaning against the dresser. She said he was holding his gun, pulled the trigger, and stated, 'This bitch almost went off.'" At the end of the interview, Brittany called her mom on the phone, admitting to her that if you do the crime, you have to do the time, but she said that she felt she wasn't built for anything like that. She told her mom, "I'm so sorry, I know that we aren't supposed to play with guns," before ending the call. Brittany's boyfriend died of his injuries on September 6th while in the hospital. The evidence at the scene matched a Glock that Brittany owned. Brittany was actually bonded out of the Broward County Jail eventually after the judge found probable cause to charge her. I have to say I am really curious as to what the rules to their little game, well, what they even were. I mean, my mind immediately went to Gun Game from Call of Duty upon reading the title, but that seems a little unrealistic. Seems more like they were playing chicken or something. This one is, woman upset over parking space uses bear spray on sister. We are really on a roll with the Florida woman cases today. I don't know why there are so many, but here you go. Alright, this one takes place in Deerfield Beach, Florida. This is where police arrested a 19-year-old woman and took her into Broward County Jail after she was accused of using a very strong form of pepper spray meant for bears on her sister and a toddler. Danica Chikira Hightower was arguing with her sister over a parking spot one late Friday night at her apartment on Southwest 3rd Street. She got out of her car, took a 9-ounce can of Guard Alaska bear spray and sprayed it all over her sister, who was standing outside of another car. Another woman was sitting in the car behind the sister along with her 21-month-old son. As Danica continued to spray and pray the bear mace, it eventually got through the open window of the car and hit the kid as well. The child was obviously reported to have been in an extreme state of distress after being doused in pepper spray. Danica was arrested and hit with charges of aggravated child abuse and burglary with assault or battery, both of which are first-degree felonies, and a misdemeanor charge of battery causing bodily harm. Although she was ordered to have no further contact with any of the victims in this case, she was still released on bond shortly after. Here we've got, 78-year-old allegedly shoots, kills neighbor who was trimming trees along their property lines. Alright, Florida woman is out, Florida man is back in. It was fun while it lasted. This case takes us out to De Leon Springs, which is about 45 miles north of Orlando, Florida. One evening, a 42-year-old man named Brian Ford was trimming some tree limbs along the fence line he shared with his neighbor. This neighbor, 78-year-old Edward Druzalowski, was a bit of a nut job. Edward hated that Brian would dare cross the property line even for one moment to get the right angle to trim his tree. Edward stormed outside and confronted Brian, shouting, "Get off my property." Brian didn't take him seriously and continued to trim his tree, telling him to mind his own business. After all, it would only be a minute. Edward then told Brian that he would shoot him. Again, Brian didn't take his 78-year-old angry neighbor that seriously. But then Edward really did pull out a gun. Brian responded, "You're pointing a gun at me? You're gonna shoot me?" And yeah, he did. Edward's own wife was the one to make the call to the police, saying that her husband just meant to scare him and not actually shoot him. This line of reasoning didn't really hold up, and Edward was quickly arrested for second-degree murder. Edward claimed to the police that he felt intimidated when the unarmed Brian walked closer to him, not responding when he said, "Stop right now or I'll shoot." But these are the words of a man who shot his neighbor for stepping a foot over the property line, so. Police, summarizing the interview, said, "Brian kept walking closer to him and that's when he pulled the trigger for the first time. He said his firearm holds 6 rounds in the cylinder, but he keeps the first 2 empty for safety reasons. He stated Brian heard the gun click and continued to advance towards him, so he pulled the trigger the second time. He advised this time the firearm went off and he shot Brian." Surprisingly, Edward and Brian hadn't spoken in years, with Edward himself even admitting that they had never had a problem before, making this case even crazier. It does seem that Brian had a bit of a reputation that scared his neighbors, but that hasn't been made clear why. Edward said that he didn't just go and call the police because he felt like they wouldn't even respond. He thought that by simply pointing a gun at his neighbor, he would leave. But then he changed his story and said that he was afraid Brian would hurt him if he didn't shoot, adding, "I have osteoporosis, and if I had been pushed to the ground, it would have hurt really bad." Here we've got, police seek public's help identifying nude burglar that robbed a child advocacy office. Here we have a weird one all the way out from the mythical land of El Paso, Texas, in which police are trying to find a criminal, a really weird criminal. On Thursday, August 17th, a fully naked man broke into a children's advocacy center in El Paso, one located at 100 East Cliff Drive in a neighborhood by the Cathedral High School. This man, described as being a fully butt-ass naked man who was either white or Hispanic, was captured on security cameras as he broke into the center at 10:42 p.m. The man was described as having a thin build, sporting a buzz-cut-style haircut. All he was wearing was glasses, some headphones, and some dark-colored socks and athletic shoes. He has tattoos on both of his arms, his hands, and his chest. It seems that all he did was steal a laptop before fleeing the scene. The police are pretty confident that, with the video footage, someone out there should be able to identify this man. In fact, Crime Stoppers is offering a pretty sizable cash reward for anyone who manages to provide the info. If you know anything, you could submit a tip, even anonymously, through the number here on screen. This one is: airport security guard suspended for swallowing $300 wad of cash. So anyone who has flown ever knows that the TSA or the equivalent in other countries is awful. That's no surprise, but how often do they really steal money out of your bag and just straight up eat it? An airport screening officer in the Philippines was caught on CCTV footage doing just that after stealing a big wad of cash from a Chinese passenger. Just before, the passenger, only identified as Mr. Kai, reported that a bunch of his money had been stolen while he was going through the checks at the Ninoy Aquino International Airport in Manila on September 8th. This airport has actually previously been labeled as one of the worst airports in the world due to its frequent delays and filthy conditions. Mr. Kai had given his shoulder bag to the staff to search, but when it was given back to him, he quickly noticed that his $300 in cash was missing. He went back and confronted the female officer who had looked through his bag. This officer, unaware that a security camera was facing her, began to shove the bills into her mouth to hide them. Another passenger attempted to ask her some questions as she continued shoving money in her mouth, trying to use some water to better swallow it. When that didn't work, she started using her finger to try and shove it down her throat. She gobbled that money up real good. The officer was placed under preventative suspension along with 2 of her co-workers who are believed to have been in on the whole thing. 14 other employees are also being investigated, with officials worrying that this might have been an ongoing scheme. The female officer has denied all of the charges against her, saying that she was eating some chocolate and not a wad of money. But one of the officials said, "That's not how one normally eats chocolate. You don't struggle to swallow it, and you don't need water to wash it down." That is why the fact-finding team does not believe her claim. The officer, her supervisor, and another screening officer are now facing administrative charges for grave misconduct. They're still trying to file criminal charges as well, even though Mr. Kai has already left the country. Officials say that it is both embarrassing and infuriating that these kinds of incidents at the airport just keep happening. This isn't even the only time this year that a screening officer at that airport was caught stealing money, with another woman taking about $146 from a Thai passenger in the same manner back in February. Only a week after that, another was caught stealing a watch from another passenger. So keep your eyes open if you end up at this airport. And this one. Couple livid after sitting next to farting dog on 13-hour flight. I suppose airline-related mishaps might be becoming a trend on this channel recently just by pure coincidence, but who could resist this one? Here we have a case where a couple from New Zealand is demanding a refund, rumored to be threatening to sue after they spent a 13-hour-long flight sitting next to a dog that just would not keep its farts under control. This couple had taken a Singapore Airlines flight from Paris, paying extra cash for the premium economy seats, only to have their time ruined by a big, stinking emotional support dog. The wife said, "I heard this noise, a heavy snorting," saying that she originally thought it was coming from her husband before looking down to see the dog. She was immediately enraged, saying, "I am not having this sitting next to us the whole trip." They said that, while the dog was there to help someone with flying anxiety-related issues, the dog seemed pretty nervous on its own, blasting out one stress fart after another. The couple called a flight attendant over. All the flight attendant could really do was offer them the only other available seats in regular economy. They decided that they didn't feel it was worth changing into worse seats and decided to stick with the dog. But after 6 hours, they could not handle the pungent poopers any longer. The couple said that the dog menacingly inched closer and closer to them during the flight, locking eyes and farting all the way. The wife said, "The owner couldn't have the dog out in the aisle because they couldn't get the trolleys through, so it had to come in further, which meant its head was under my husband's feet. My husband was in shorts and was getting the dog's saliva goo on his leg." After not too much longer, they decided that they couldn't take any more of this and demanded to change seats again. This time they were offered some seats in the front row of the economy cabin meant for staff, and they took them. The flight attendant promised them that she would file an incident report and the airline would reach out to them shortly, but they didn't. So the couple decided to bombard the customer service line with calls. They were initially offered a $125 gift card for the airline's online shop. After much complaining, this was upgraded to a $200 travel voucher for each of them. But the couple was still very unhappy. Now they're demanding that Singapore Airlines refund the full cost of this journey. Singapore Airlines told the press that they would continue to work with the couple and apologize for the inconvenience they had caused. They actually are supposed to notify passengers when they're set to sit next to a dog before getting onto a flight. They apologize, saying, "We sincerely apologize that this did not occur in this case and will work with our airport teams to ensure that this lapse does not occur in the future." And a bonus. Delta flight returns after passenger has diarrhea all the way through plane. Alright, I'm including this one as a bonus story because although it isn't really a crime or anything, I felt assaulted when I read it. Just recently, footage has come forth showing what has been described as an onboard medical emergency that forced a United States plane to return back to where it departed from, Atlanta, only 2 hours into its planned flight to Spain. This was after a passenger had a sudden bout of diarrhea, all the way down one aisle of the plane. Maintenance crews were forced to spend 5 hours cleaning the Delta Airlines plane after it landed, including going as far as completely replacing the carpet. But after an 8-hour delay, all of the passengers, even including the one with diarrhea, surprisingly, were allowed to get back onto the plane and safely made their flight out to Barcelona without any more unexpected crap dragging things out. However, after arrival, people from on board the original flight started posting pictures and videos to social media showing the aftermath of the incident. Now, I obviously can't show you any of that here on YouTube, but come on, do you really want to see it anyway? To describe it as best as I can, all that really covered the mess were some temporary piles of paper towels and disinfectant. One passenger stated that all this did was make the plane, quote, smell like vanilla shit. Most of the passengers climbed over seats rather than trek through the paper towel swamp. Audio has also surfaced of the pilot relaying to ground support that they had a biohazard issue, which likely freaked them out at first until he explained the specifics. Delta Airlines stated, "Our teams worked as quickly and safely as possible to get our customers to their final destination. We sincerely apologize to our customers for the delay and inconvenience to their travel plans." This came only 2 weeks after Air Canada had to kick 2 passengers off their plane after they had refused to sit in vomit-covered seats. Modern aviation, people. It's good. But man gets 100 years for accidentally killing his 8-year-old daughter while trying to shoot his 18-year-old son. So here we have the story of Tony Louis Valles, a 66-year-old man living with his wife, son, and daughter. By all recent accounts, Tony was a bit of a hothead who would lose his cool over things that would often seem trivial to those around him. Sometimes it seems he even got a little bit delusional as well. On July 10th, 2022, he flew into one of those fits of rage. It seems that he believed 2 women had come into his house to evict him for one reason or another. This caused him to grab a gun from his bedroom and start shooting wildly. For some reason, he decided to shoot at his family rather than the 2 women he thought were in the house. He shot his girlfriend, Heather, until she fell to the ground. Then he decided he would kill his 18-year-old son as well. The problem is, he missed. His 8-year-old daughter, Ariana, was hiding at the top of the stairs, trying to get away from the gunfire as a bullet missed her brother and hit her in the back. She fell off of the landing at the top of the stairs, causing even further injury. She was rushed to the hospital, but she was soon pronounced dead. Tony was very quickly arrested. He was charged with 1 count of deliberate homicide, 2 counts of attempted deliberate homicide, and 1 count of criminal endangerment. Heather somehow survived, only coming to find later that her daughter had not. This September, Tony finally went on to plead guilty to 1 count of deliberate homicide. It wasn't long before the Lewis and Clark District Court Judge, Mike Minahan, told him what his sentence would be. Tony and his attorney had originally asked for a 40-year sentence, but that wasn't happening. The district attorney recommended more than double that, 100 years. The judge found this number much more fitting. The police department sergeant said, from the witness stand, he felt justified in trying to shoot his partner and son. I don't think he initially realized he had shot Ariana. The judge said, I just can't believe being evicted would justify picking up a handgun in that small of a space with children present. He engaged in dangerous behavior that put everyone's life at risk and intended to bring harm to the adults present. Tony has since apologized for his actions. He will be eligible for parole eventually, but he'll be a 91-year-old man by then. He said, "I'm sorry for all of this. I can't undo what I've done. The pain and misery will last a lifetime, and I'm sorry for that." And now, priest kills and decapitates his wife in front of their terrified daughter. Mikhail Zubarev is a Russian man from the Arctic region of Murmansk. When he became an adult, he decided to give his life over to God and become a priest. He graduated from the Moscow Orthodox Theological Seminary in 2010 and started working as a prison priest at first. From then on, he began working as a normal priest in a regular old church. Recently, parishioners at the church began to complain about the priest's behavior, which they called odd. After this continued for a while, the Russian Orthodox Church decided to suspend him for the time being. It seems that Mikhail didn't take this too well. In fact, he absolutely lost his mind. On Halloween night, he grabbed his wife, Victoria, in front of his 8-year-old daughter. He slashed the wife across her neck while his daughter watched in terror. And after the deed was done, he began to cut the body into pieces. Afterwards, still completely covered in blood, he pulled his daughter over and invited her to pray with him. Once the prayer session concluded, the horrified child went to the phone and urged her older brother, who was 17, to come home immediately. Sensing the urgency, he came over as quickly as he could. While the next details of the case are a bit murky, the police got involved, finding Victoria's head in the freezer of the home. It was clear that both of the kids were traumatized, with the son even asking the police if her head could be reattached to her body in the hospital. Mikhail was quickly arrested and taken into custody. His son and daughter were hospitalized and soon began receiving psychological help. A statement by Mikhail's church simply read, "Currently, the banned priest, Mikhail Zubarev, is in custody. Law enforcement agencies are conducting an investigation." The church leader, upon receiving the news, expressed his condolences to Victoria's family and expressed his intention to pray for the two kids from then on out. Mikhail, if convicted, which seems like a sure thing, is facing a life sentence in prison for murder. And now, man accused of living with dead body for months spent victim's money on Amazon. 29-year-old Beverly Ma was living in one of her parents' properties out in Las Vegas with her roommate, 31-year-old George Bone. In May, the police got a call from Beverly's phone. In that call, they could hear nothing but a man and a woman screaming at each other. They responded that very day, knocking on the door to the home, but they didn't receive an answer. They didn't see or even hear anyone in distress, so they just left. Beverly's family started getting concerned when the energy bill for the home suddenly got very high enough to be suspicious that something was going on. They tried to call their daughter, but couldn't get through to her. In July, the police eventually got a call from a family member of George's. He had told this family member, in his words, Beverly was in the closet and had been there for 2 months. Upon hearing that, the police came out to do a welfare check on the home. Still on the phone, the dispatcher attempted to talk to George as he casually brushed his teeth. They asked him what had happened. He said, "My roommate ended her life and I found her. Her body was in the closet." He added that she had died sometime back in May, likely the day that the police had originally been called. The police came out to the home and they found Beverly right there in the closet, exactly like George said they would. The house was disgusting, with a rank smell unlike any other. George had placed several fly traps around the house to deal with the bugs that were showing up. They also noticed a massive pile of Amazon boxes within the home. The police said, Bone went about living at the house with Beverly deceased in the upstairs closet for the next 2 months and began ordering several items on Beverly's Amazon account using her funds for his own gain. When asked why he didn't call for help, Bone's response was, "I was afraid of going back to jail for being found with a dead body." They added, Bone admitted that his behavior since the death of Beverly Ma was not normal. When asked why he placed a cooler in the master bedroom near the closet, Bone stated that he put it there so that he would be alerted if Beverly rose from the dead like in the movie The Grudge. George's mental state was definitely called into question when it was noted that someone had been using Beverly's phone that month. They had been telling people that she wouldn't be attending any July 4th parties because she, quote, wanted to be sober, not travel, and not be around people, the police said. The police quickly came to notice that Beverly had not ended her own life. They found a hole in her skull that they believed to have come from a hammer that they found on a table nearby covered in blood. George was quickly arrested for the killing of his roommate and living with her body for months. Just recently, George was finally indicted on 1 charge of murder and 3 theft-related charges. He had racked up over $10,000 on Amazon purchases across 171 different items. It was found that the initial high electric bill that led to the original suspicions was due to George keeping her home at a cold temperature in order to slow down decomposition. Despite George's bizarre demeanor, it was ruled that he was competent to stand trial. As of now, he remains in jail with no bail set. And here we have Florida man accused of locking teen in tiny makeshift jail and beating him with belt. This is a very strange story about a Florida man that starts off with, of all people, a contractor contacting the police. This contractor had been hired by a man named Timothy Ferreter back in 2021 in order to build an office in his garage, or at least what he called an office. Once he finished the job, he couldn't help but shake the feeling that something really strange was going on here. Relevant documents state about the room built in the garage. This room was built as an 8-foot by 8-foot space in the garage with its own ceiling and door. The worker further advised the door had added a bolt lock and knob only on the outside. No knob inside, so if someone were inside the office, they would not be able to exit until someone opened the door for them from the outside. The worker states he was also instructed to build this space with electricity and install a window air conditioning unit as well as a camera in the ceiling. The door was open and had a doorknob and a deadbolt, both locking from the exterior of the room. To the left of the door was a light switch also on the exterior of the room. Inside of the room to the right was a small plain box spring, and on top of that a mattress with a gray sheet and pillow. Straight in the room was a small dark-colored desk with school books and small children's books along with a foldable chair. Above the bed in the room was a black Ring brand camera. It should be noted that the room was a small, plain white structure with no paint or color on the walls and appeared to be drywall. The floor was a bare garage floor with part of an indoor-outdoor rug covering it. Suspicions came to an all-time high when Timothy's 14-year-old son was reported missing on January 28th. 2 days after that, the police paid a visit to Timothy's home in order to find out whether or not the boy had returned home. Once they got there, they noticed the family seemed very reluctant to let the officers inside. But after a long conversation, they relented with a grudge, allowing the police to take a look around. Finding nothing in the house, one officer decided to give the garage a quick look before heading out. However, in this garage, he came across the strange structure within. The family panicked, telling the officer that the room was nothing but an office. When that didn't check out, they said it was a storage area. Eventually, they said the room was used by all of their children, but it wasn't clear what they meant by that. The next day, officers with the Jupiter Police Department showed up at the boy's school after there was a report that he was on campus. They found him running outside near the front of the school. Upon calming the boy down, he opened up to the officers a little bit about his home life. He said that he would often remain locked in his room, let out to use only the restroom, and then led back into his room to be locked in again. The lights would then be turned off. After, he would be allowed to leave in order to go to school, but once he got home from school, he would be placed back into this room again. He was not allowed to go anywhere else in the house. He remained there in the dark at all times. The officers asked him why he originally ran away, to which he stated that he no longer felt safe at his home as the family would get really aggressive with him, noting that he had been slammed up against walls, hit with a belt, and even spit on. Sometimes he wasn't even allowed to go to the bathroom, having to use a bucket instead. He asked the officers if they could take him to jail rather than send him back home. Police returned to the home, investigating the odd structure. There they found several Ring camera videos had been recorded. They showed Timothy yelling at his son, throwing his mattress around, grabbing him, and forcing him to empty his bucket. Both he and his wife Tracy were arrested and thrown into jail. They were to each have their own separate trials, as Timothy's lawyer worried about all of the inconsistent statements that Tracy had been giving. Timothy turned down a plea deal he was offered, one that would give him 2 years in prison and 5 years probation. Instead, he entered a not guilty claim. His lawyers claimed that his son was suffering from reactive attachment disorder and was both aggressive and dangerous. Timothy and Tracy were both bonded out of jail soon after. Timothy was looking at charges of aggravated child abuse, false imprisonment, and neglect of a child. Once his trial came around, the jury listened to a whole week of testimony. The most damning evidence against him was the video recordings. He came to hear that he was guilty on all 3 counts. He stared straight ahead while his wife broke down into tears. He was soon fingerprinted and handcuffed. His sentencing hasn't been set, but he's likely looking at 40 years in prison. While being prepped to head off to jail, his wife mouthed, "I love you," to him. She is soon going to face her own trial as well. This one is a doozy. Police drag autistic girl out of her house because she said officer looked like lesbian grandmother. On Monday, August 7th, in Leeds in the UK, the police started getting calls that a 16-year-old girl was putting herself in danger during an event. She was reportedly getting pretty drunk, despite being only 16 years old. She was attending a gay pride celebration with her sister. 2 officers arrived on scene at about 1 a.m. and took the girl home to be with her mother. The girl, an autistic teenager who also has spinal disability scoliosis, was taken out to her home. This was when she made a comment to a female police officer, telling her, "You look like my lesbian nan." This officer then, apparently, lost her cool. This female officer, with short blonde hair, then stated, "She's going to be arrested." The mother argued that she had made a comment in her own home and didn't do anything to hurt the woman. She told her that her daughter was autistic. The officer responded, "I don't care." A male officer nearby then said that the daughter made homophobic remarks towards his colleague. The mother tried to explain that she didn't mean it as an insult and was simply saying that the woman reminded her of her nana. The officer still did not care. The officer made her way into the home to grab the daughter. The daughter then started to panic, and it only got worse as the police manhandled her and tried to get her out of the home. Her mom couldn't believe what was happening and began to film a video that she would later upload to TikTok. She went on to caption the video with, "This is what police do when dealing with autistic children. My daughter told me the police officer looked like her nana, who is a lesbian." The 2 police officers stood in the hallway of the home, trying to get the girl to come out as she nervously sat up in the corner against a cupboard. She was then heard screaming as the police tried to pull her out. This was all while the mother begged them to let her go. The cops pulled the girl outside. She fell to the sidewalk and multiple different officers approached to detain her. She was said to have been suffering pretty extreme pain from this due to her spinal issues. Apparently, their justification was that they were arresting her on suspicion of a homophobic public order defense. She then screamed as the cops took her away. Once the video gained traction and the police started getting some heat, a spokesman for the West Yorkshire Police asked people to, quote, "avoid reaching conclusions solely on the basis of the social media video that only provides a very limited snapshot of the circumstances of this incident." They added that officers were wearing body cams that provided additional context and this would prove their innocence. But complaints still came in one after another. They argued that talking too much about this ongoing case could hurt their investigation, but said that the girl had an interview with an officer that day, an interview in which her mom was not allowed to attend. The girl was finally released on bail after spending a whole 20 hours locked up in a cell, but the police still then told her that she was going to be coming back for further inquiries. The police said, "We also maintain that our officers and staff should not have to face abuse while working to keep our communities safe." As the footage went viral, the mother of the girl made clear her intentions to seek legal advice as to what to do moving forward. Ultimately, the police decided that they would take no further action against the girl, likely due to the severe international backlash and awful PR they had received. A review into the arrest by the West Yorkshire Police's Professional Standards Directorate was launched. The police, responding to the review, stated, "West Yorkshire Police take its responsibilities around the welfare of young people taken into custody and around neurodiversity very seriously." This one is, a mother sentenced to 7 years in prison for injecting feces into her son's IV. This is absolutely one of the weirdest cases lately, as it involves poop being injected directly into someone's bloodstream. It's kind of hard to top anything weirder than that. In Wolcott, Indiana, a young boy was getting some cancer treatments at Riley Hospital for Children in Indianapolis. This was when his mother decided to take some feces and inject them right there into her son's IV. After getting his leukemia treatments, he was released from the hospital and went home. That was until he returned to the hospital just 2 days later with a fever, vomiting, and diarrhea. Blood tests showed that his bloodstream contained bacteria consistent with feces, something no medical test could explain. The staff were baffled. They figured that the only rational explanation there could be was that someone was tampering with his IV lines, and they were right. They set up cameras in the area to make sure, and they quickly caught his mother trying to do it again. When confronted, she told the staff that she was trying to, quote, flush it as the medicine that was given to him burned. When they pressed, she admitted that it was poop. It was her son's own poop that she claimed to have kept in a gift bag on the bathroom counter at home. Once she was caught and arrested, the mother, Tiffany Albert, said that this was a not-so-clever ruse in order to get her son moved from the intensive care unit into another unit in the hospital where she believed that the treatment would be better. She was originally charged with attempted murder, but was subsequently charged with aggravated battery and 1 count of neglect. She was convicted on those counts and sentenced to 7 years in prison. She will have to serve 5 years of probation following her sentence as well. Here we've got, homeowner fires at armed burglars pretending to be Seattle police. Just recently out near Seattle, some pretty odd CCTV footage came out showing a failed robbery on a man's house. 3 masked men pulled up to the Auburn home and climbed up onto the porch. They were quite clearly using their jackets and gloves to avoid knocking on the door directly. One man shouted out "Seattle Police" as they tried to get the homeowner to open the door. He did not. Another man in a gray hoodie and sweatpants then proceeded to try to kick the front door open. Another accomplice, dressed in all black, then started to help him. They couldn't get the door to open in this manner, though, so they decided to start shoulder barging the thing open. But then they heard a loud pop. A gunshot had just come from inside the house. For reasons unknown, this didn't deter the 3 men at all whatsoever. One of the men then took his turn trying to knock the door open again. Giving up, he pulled out a gun and aimed it at the front door, but then hellfire unleashed. The man inside the home, left with no more options upon seeing the gun, fired an entire volley of bullets from the inside of the home toward the 3 men. One bullet passed only a mere inch from one of the suspect's faces, causing him to fall backwards in shock. The 3 men then scrambled away, fleeing from the scene. The problem is, the Auburn police still have no idea who these 3 men were. They're turning to the public to request any information that might lead to the discovery of the identities of any of these 3 men. Be sure to hit them up if you have any leads. This case is actually very reminiscent of another. That case would be... Man shoots through door at burglars posing as maintenance workers. This time, rather than on a regular security camera, a failed robbery attempt was caught on a Ring doorbell cam out in Dallas, Texas. This was when a man named Aaron Contreras, along with another, came up to the apartment of Ethan Rodriguez and knocked on the door. He claimed to be a maintenance worker for the building, there to check on the filters of the air conditioner. Ethan, who was inside the home, answered back through his Ring app and told them that nobody was home. For a minute it seemed like the 2 men were going to leave, but they soon came back, this time with a handgun. They began to attempt to kick the door open while Aaron waved his gun around. Little did they know, Ethan was inside the home after all, and he was packing some heat of his own. He opened fire from the inside of the apartment, shooting through the front door of the place. The 2 men then immediately jerked back from the door and started running. They had seen the bullet holes in the concrete behind them. Aaron then fired 2 shots in response before running off. Ethan had fired 13 shots in total. The 2 men were extremely lucky that they escaped unscathed. When the cops talked to Ethan, he told them he was very happy that his neighbors, as well as his own wife and baby, just happened to be out at the time. He added, "I was hoping I got him." That was mainly it, just hoping I got him. Ethan uploaded the video of the shootout and it quickly went viral. This led to Aaron's capture and arrest that very day. However, they still don't know the identity of the other man. Aaron's looking at charges of aggravated assault, deadly conduct, and attempted burglary of a Habitarian. He's being held at the Dallas County Jail on a $150,000 bond. It's very unlikely that he'll be able to pay it off. Ethan had one last message for Aaron himself as he sat away in jail. "You're dumb as fuck for not wearing a mask." This next one is, Kenya officials arrest fake lawyer who won 26 court cases. For probably the first time on this channel, we have an interesting case coming from out in Kenya. This is where a man posing as a lawyer got a lot of work and was apparently pretty good at his job. This is the story of Brian Mwenda. He decided that he was going to be a lawyer, but he was going to skip the whole certification process. That was a waste of time. He was jumping right in. So he stole the identity of a lawyer with a very similar name to his, Brian Mwenda Ntwiga. He even got into the whole system for the bar certification somehow. He fooled around with the details of the account a bit and replaced the photo with one of his own. Officials have stated, upon being allowed access to the account, he took control of the portal and changed his profile picture, the workplace, and applied and paid for the practicing certificate. However, his application was not processed since he was required to provide documents including the Certificate of Business Incorporation. Either way, Brian got a nice suit and took to the job fairly quickly. Over a short amount of time, he was able to win a whopping 26 cases on his own. It seems his customers were happy. But then the legitimate lawyer whose identity he stole realized he could no longer log into his certification website. He tried using the forgot password option, but then he realized that the email associated with the account was no longer his own. So he called the IT department. This was the beginning of Brian's downfall. It was quickly found that Brian was not Brian, and all hell broke loose. He was arrested by the Kenyan police and taken into custody. Unfortunately, he won't be able to represent himself in court. The official account for the Nairobi branch of the Law Society of Kenya wrote on Twitter, "The branch wishes to notify all members of the society and of the public that Brian Mwenda Njagi is not an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. From the society's records, neither is he a member of the branch." Right now, Brian is being held by the authorities pending further investigation. Judges have noted that they never once saw any reason to doubt his abilities until he was arrested. It seems he was a very good fake lawyer in the end. And on this one, I'm going to have to censor my language just a little bit. Chess Grandmaster Hans Niemann denies using booty beads to win. Here we have a Grandmaster of Chess named Hans Lehmann who was hit with some accusations that are very weird to say the least. In 2022, he was accused by a fellow player named Magnus Carlsen of cheating. Word began to spread that Hans had been cheating in his matches by using vibrating keister capsules operated by a remote to win his games. It was believed that he was receiving signals from them to tell him which moves he should make. It's unclear where these specific accusations came from, but they've been spreading for about a year. Hans and Magnus had been in a bit of a feud since September of 2022, when Hans beat Magnus in a match in St. Louis. This loss broke Magnus's 53-game-long winning streak, causing him to drop out of a tournament he was going to attend. Hans quickly came out to deny using shivering sphincter spheres to beat his opponents. He even showed up on Piers Morgan Uncensored in order to refute the claims. When asked if he had used a rectum rosary while playing, he told the host, "I can tell you, no. Categorically, no. There's absolutely no evidence that I've ever cheated. It's very disheartening to be accused of cheating after that victory. These things happen, and I managed to learn a lot during that time, and it really taught me a lot of very important lessons about life and chess." Hans filed a lawsuit against Magnus, as well as some other people involved, claiming that he had been defamed and that they were working together to blacklist him from what is both his passion and profession. He took to Twitter to show legal documents, writing, "My lawsuit speaks for itself." Unfortunately, it seems that his $100 million defamation case was dismissed by a judge in June of 2023. Lawyers representing Chess.com told media, "We are very pleased with the court's order dismissing Hans Niemann's claims. Our clients are happy to see an end to this saga and are pleased that all parties can now focus on growing the game of chess." Once again everyone, thank you for watching my video. If you found it interesting, please give it a like, it helps me out in the algorithm, and hey, feel free to subscribe if you want to see more content like this. If you want, go ahead and follow me on social media. It's the only way you'll really ever hear from me if something happens to this channel. Again. If you want to support the channel even further, I do have a Patreon account which I always keep linked down in the description as well. This has been your host Kyle, thank you, and good night.